Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Forgotten Genesis Season 2, Session 58, the 5-year campaign anniversary, where we're starting things off with what happened last week with our longest standing cast member deciding to fuck on the ceiling as an expression of political certainty in front of a bunch of dwarves.
You assume my dominance? A 2.5-foot dominance?
Avery's just looking at Aiko, deciding whether to pitch the idea.
In other words, a lot of lowbrow voyeurism. Yes, that was a pun on the fact that they are dwarves. I'm still kind of trying to pick my brain up off of the floor from that decision. Not to mention, in the interim week, actually, in between, I did have a seizure in the meantime, so my brain is very much on the floor somewhere. We're going to figure that out today. It is the 5-year anniversary. I had, I had definitely some more, advancement-oriented plans today. However, given the state of my brain currently, we're just going to go ahead and do something that won't further break
the bank. Yeah.
That said, there are oceans of information for the players and characters to work with, including information that they gathered after finding, fighting, torturing, and promptly trapping the soul of Relay Justiern, the mother of Realtar, an old slaver and original owner of the Devil's Heel, a particularly vinegary individual from Angel's past and backstory. With that, the one currently in the possession of Relay's soul in a Blackfire soul cage of very, very careful custom design as per the wish made through a Dao. Her soul is trapped within that cage, and in the interim time, pretty much while Angel and Nicodemus were fucking, was perused for some questions, which may be prudent for some information going forward today. Now, with all of that said and everything in mind, with the sheer ungodly amount of chaos that has happened, now as the clock strikes noon, on the 4th day of Atticast, year 197 of the 6th era.
Cast is which month? Is it January?
No, most certainly not. It is closer to, let me see here.
I know Atticast 6 is one of the kids' birthdays.
Atticast is June.
Like August.
Pretty much. Atticast is June. Yeah, Valerian
The
is
June
May.
7th is one of the kids' birthdays.
Which, at least as far as fun and significant events happening on the 7th outside of child birthdays, there is an evening star that will be very, very prevalent that night. But nonetheless, I'm going to grant everybody an inspiration die today, since I largely kind of took the wheel on that recap in an effort to honestly keep the thoughts organized in my brain. With that, however, it is the campaign anniversary, and in light of the chaos that I'm trying to collect my brain from, everybody gets one wild magic surge they can use on a character or NPC of their choice. They may use today and must use today if they intend to use it at all. It may not remain in their pocket for later use.
Okay.
Sorry, but the chaotic being in me cannot stand by and see my friend on a spectacle and not use a magic
We will get to
surge
that.
I have on.
We will get to that. I am not yet done.
Okay.
Don't ruin the ending. Don't ruin the ending.
Some
so
wild magic
disappointing when
surge
you ruin the ending.
options from that roll do have beneficial traits.
I get that. But they ruin the ending. You can kill somebody
On
with
to
a
the
wild
roleplay
magic sword.
question because it is topical here on the 5-year anniversary of this campaign. We'll start with Angel, move on
Okay.
to Violet, and move down the list. Where does your character hopefully see themselves in 5 years?
Children better.
Children what?
Managing the children better.
Managing the
Making sure
children
that
better?
I heard churning butter. Okay.
Totally.
I'm-
Turning butter inside of herself, making all of the good noises.
I mean, you agitate cream enough, it will eventually.
Ooh, ew, 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 not like that. Ew, not like that. That's not what, Joe, that's not what that means. Oh my god, Joe, why did you take it
Given
the
what
other
you're
way?
doing, honestly, I don't know why you're telling me you.
Right? That I thought that was the
Why do we
way
have
for
to
the
make
mind
it-
to go in that situation.
No. The woman's insides make it sound like butter.
Or like mac and cheese, depending
Yes,
on
and
who
you
you
gotta
ask.
stick pounding it.
But we don't need to make it yeast.
We're making butter, not dough.
There we go. So.
Dough is for if you ask
probably
for
managing the kids better is one of her goals. Making sure that they get enough time with their parent and making sure that running her country is a lot easier. Oh, and being married. That would be great considering that she really just needs to get that over with.
Yeah. And of course I
Considering half her
do.
kids can't get married.
I did phrase it as, where does your character hopefully see themselves in 5 years? That's the natural question we all get at work. And also because it's D&D. Dice rolls can change things on a flip of a dime. But nonetheless, it's fun to have goals and ambitions, which is the point here.
All the kids are at school, by the way. They don't come home for lunch.
Oh yeah, I know. There was a whole initial setup there to get them to school. On to Violet. Where does Violet hopefully see herself in 5 years?
Raising a small baby dragon, not screwing it up.
Be a toddler.
Not
that-
screwing it up. Technically, it's still gonna be a dragon egg, so I don't know how they're gonna raise.
True.
It's gonna be a toddler where
And I did mention it'll go at normal rate.
rate.
Normal rate for a dragon takes a while.
A long time. Long time. Luckily, I'm an elf, so that'll be okay.
Fair enough. Inspiration die there.
Sure, dragons live a lot longer than elves, right?
By an ungodly long shot.
But she also joined her lifespan with the dragon and doesn't therefore know what her time span is.
Something that she may not even necessarily find out fully by campaign's end. And may be revealed only in epilogue.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming she gets there. Dice rolls are fun.
Don't screw me over.
I'm
Don't-
not screwing
don't make
anybody
that happen.
over. RNGs
You
is
like
who you
to
need to
do
pray
that.
to.
Yeah.
We gotta. You know what? I pray to Jesus on a regular day.
We all
basis.
need RNGs.
Not
So,
Jesus, RN Jesus.
Yes, and it all comes from Jesus, in my opinion. All my life is based on Jesus' will, and God bless it.
on to Avery. Where do you see your character? Hopefully. in 5
Avery is
years?
absolutely going to be the proud proprietor of Starling's Wandering Tavern.
Starling's Wandering
Oh.
Tavern.
It's gonna walk. Is it gonna walk? Is it literally gonna walk?
It is
It's gonna walk.
It's gonna walk, yes.
He's actually
Is it
just
gonna
going
be
to
like a
build a
chicken?
liquor
This is
business on the back of
absolutely
Cthulhu,
based
a
off Howl's
mountain
Moving
walked.
Castle, in case you were wondering.
Oh,
My house
What
is based off
Except
House
it
of the
is-
Castle, so I'm excited.
Except it is a tavern, a clothing optional tavern.
What to do is ask Angel to totally help with that. I'll
because
come and do that
inebriation and
enterprise.
nudity never caused chaos ever, and people always remain particularly polite. So,
I never said this was going to be a classy establishment.
nor do you have to. So,
He didn't say that. That was not stated in the original promise.
and that's fair. You get your inspiration die for that. On to Xanon. Where do you hopefully see Xanon being in 5 years? Naseo?
I'm thinking.
Ah,
Judging by his current D&D choices in an orgy with like 4 different women.
I would say hopefully 5 years is a long time. I would say hopefully ascended by then.
fair enough.
Reached my final form.
Fair enough. Fully realize Xanon is actual BBEG of season 3 of Forgotten Genesis. No, I'm kidding.
That kind of sounds like it, considering. He's just like, I don't care about Ascension right now. I'm too tired. Got too much shit to do.
All right.
I'll have him when I have it.
You get your inspiration die for that. And finally on to Venestra. And, I suppose, also Amira. Where do you hopefully see both of those characters in 5 years?
We did our jobs right.
Vinestra said, the two back in their home world.
Yeah, I don't want to can guess one. You know what? That's none of our business. We need to not we need to not pry into their horizontal mambos. Considering we got to know a couple of them right off the bat. Inter-party mingling makes me
Funny
weird
enough, that
about.
statement alone gave me ideas. Dangerous ideas. I need to be wearing the Dean is Smiling t-shirt, but it's filthy, so.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, you get your inspiration die for your answer.
Teaching her children how to fly. Avery.
Those cameras are really jittery, and I'm gonna reconnect just in case it's me.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna also do the same thing, please.
No, still going at like 5 frames a second average, but
Welcome back.
whatever.
Both of you are sounding a little choppy. I'm wondering if it's a connection strength on both of your ends.
I think it's gotta be Discord.
Could be. Could very well be.
Right now it has me connected to some server called Sydney 11067, so that's not a good sign.
I
You
just
know what?
closed all the apps
It
in the
could be
background.
that
That work?
Venestra was the first one in call, so technically it's being hosted. It could be that it's being hosted off of an Australian server.
That's probably what's screwing us over.
That's probably it. Vanessa, rejoin.
Rejoin Minister, so it'll do. Yeah, it'll do the thing.
Fixed it. I don't know.
I don't know.
It may be that we
It
may have
might
to
be
all
that we
jump
all
out of
have to
call,
leave.
and then
Okay,
We all
okay. Let's try it. Let's try it.
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the
Oh my
lemon.
god.
I took an extra second so I could kick the yeah, now we're US South. That's good. I took an
Oh,
extra
thank
second so I
God.
could kick the TTS off.
okay. How's
Why can't I
the
see
connection
those
strength
things?
looking? Also,
It's better than it was.
Why
It-
is
it's
there?
a lot better because
Vinestra said, the bot leaves when everyone's gone.
oh, okay, I didn't know.
What the crap? With my enable video thing, it decided to turn off everybody's video.
All right. Well, that answers that question. It was an Australian server.
Yeah.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Rocking
Everybody's connection was
everywhere.
going down under. I'm sorry for that pun. I'm sorry. All right. But nonetheless,
So we
I
took
think...
it out back and kicked it.
I don't know if I wanted to kick anything.
And now I'm craving steak. I know that Outback is... I know that Outback is basically the Panda Express of Australian food, but like...
And it's a horrible steak joint. You should just come
So
and
this is what is considered American comedy.
It is. It's
I
sometimes
think
bad.
it's just all of us being like vaguely tired and therefore goofy, but
Are we
vaguely is
ready?
also the wrong choice of
Feel
word.
free to insert some American puns if you have it.
Yeah.
I got plenty. But are we ready to go?
I'm ready.
As ready as I can manage with my brain as it is right now. Let me see here. I need to change the music because right now we're still on the banter music, which is...
All my
Nice.
American
It's-
jokes involve the American health system.
I mean, that's
You know,
we don't-
honestly,
no.
that's
No,
fine
no.
because it is a
Itself
joke already.
Yeah. It made a joke of itself.
The past couple years, yeah, it did.
Like the past 2 decades at least.
No, the
amazing.
past, it's not been that bad for like the whole time. It's only been like a full decade that it's been this bad. Ow.
And then I need Tundra. There we go. All right. But away from ranting about how much of a nightmare sometimes it is just to be incentivized to stay healthy. Let's do the thing that we do on a weekly basis for mental health. Hi everybody, let's roll dice.
Ah, yes. Nothing gives me a sense of control like rolling a randomized math die.
Welcome to Therapy
It
Fifth
gives
Edition.
me
So
great
tell me about your
control.
childhood.
No. That's what we have our characters for.
Yeah, Angel is just childhood trauma in a nutshell.
My inner fear and rage comes out through that character. We're not going there.
I mean, we've already gone there pretty thoroughly over the last 5 years.
If you have demons and you have rage, may I suggest Blade and Sorcerer?
I played it.
So,
Just trying to remember if that's the game I'm thinking about.
It'll turn anyone into a monster.
we'll start with Angel.
I learned what a battle boner is through that game.
We're getting into things here. Welcome in, Amber. Actually, perfect opportunity. We'll get to nothing yet. We just got through the roleplay questions, and I took care of the recap to the best of my ability. We're going through a bit of a lax session because my brain's fucked. But 5-year campaign anniversary on that subject, it feels thematic to go ahead and ask, Amber, where do you see Piper hopefully being in 5 in-game years?
Oh my god! I have to turn my camera around.
That what she said?
Look at them!
Oh, endgame years, you said?
5 in-game years, yes.
In-game or endgame?
In-game.
Game.
Oh, freaking
Yeah,
cute.
5 IRL years, we won't be still playing this campaign.
Currently
I
in the
can
middle of
guarantee
like 6 different projects.
Maybe some one-shots.
It'll probably be on to other settings, probably other systems.
Well, maybe
Maybe.
the same setting, possibly other systems. It all depends on how we're feeling with the vibes. But where do you see
I'm
Piper
waiting for
being?
Daggerheart.
I think they are releasing it here in very early March, like March 3rd.
Daggerheart, you'll have to tell me about that at some point.
It is a narrative-oriented system based largely on, I believe, D20 and D6s that Critical Role
I'm
developed.
excited.
But back on topic. Where do you see Piper in 5 years?
I don't know.
She hasn't thought about it. That's what that means.
Because Piper hasn't thought about it because she's just like, we got shit to do. I can't think about the future. Gotta think about the now.
Okay, Piper
I
is
was
ball of
not-
chaos.
nope.
Not even Piper knows where she's going to be in 5 years. Fair enough. And then where do you see Bruce being in 5 years?
Probably being best nanny boy.
Best
Cutest
nanny boy.
group in the world.
He loves children.
So cute.
Fair enough. Now I'm sorry. I just imagine Bruce saying, "Put the cookie down."
Hey, put the cookie down.
It doesn't sound right without the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice, honestly. It does not sound right without the hick Austrian. I should say redneck Austrian, but nonetheless.
What's the difference? I thought those words were synonymous.
I like the sound of redneck Austrian better.
Okay.
Okay. We're ready to start?
We are ready.
Okay.
So, starting with Angel, I don't recall if I had you roll a performance check last night.
You
Wait, no,
did.
yes, I did.
It was a natural 20.
Without necessarily role-playing through a play-by-play of what the hell you guys are doing on that ceiling. Angel, we'll say as you turn here, what is what would you say is a secondary goal of your current rambunctious activity on the ceiling of the inside of your grandmother?
I was making a statement. I don't know where you're going with this, DM, but I was making a statement, and the statement was, this is my man, and,
Statement
middle
is
finger to
currently
left hand.
ongoing, and the sentence and syllables are playing out with uproarious rhythm.
essentially. No. I don't know. You said that there were people prayed? I'm really confused. That was the ending.
You deliberately said you wanted to begin to showcase your divinity while doing it. Yes, people are prostrating.
I did.
Oh yeah, they are prostrating. That was funny.
I was really confused.
They're prostrating because you just showed off your divinity while doing the horizontal sideways tango. Or
But
adult
that's kind of
sideways tango. There we go.
Prostrating before the prostrating, but I digress.
That's kind of what Amora would have wanted if she was, like, actually able to. I mean, considering.
Right, so for lack of... For any further depth in this turn that I really, per terms of service, am not able to give... what's Violet doing?
Currently, if I remember, she was eating some type of, like, abomination of food pile that she has squandered in her room. Considering it
Minister
was,
said,
like,
chocolate
really
cake.
questionable. Yeah, there was
That's
lots of chocolate
right.
cake.
So we have lust, gluttony, we got 5 sins left. Let's go, people.
Piper's sleeping, so does that count as slop?
Sure.
Probably.
4 to go.
You decided to come out. What you want?
I mean, hers is lust, but also, I would say there's a lot of vanity in it too.
Sure. Total vanity. Sure. Totally.
Alright, so we got pride.
I don't know if there's any pride at all. There's just. I'm tired
I mean,
of
I
this.
don't know. Nick at least seems pretty proud of himself.
I mean,
Alright, there's 3 of them. There's 4 of them. There's 4 of them. Okay, we gotta get the other 3 guys. Where's Envy?
I mean,
Where's Greed? Where's Wrath?
A little bit.
Envy,
Avery's feeling
wrath,
a little bit
and
green right
greed.
now, and that's why I want to roll a persuasion die to try to get Aiko and us out there.
Sure.
You should try to get on the ceiling, considering they're using
Not
actual
the
magic. to keep
ceiling,
people
you
from-
dingus.
Okay. I said out there.
Out there, like, just
They're both
out of
psionics.
the
They're going to get into the
clothes.
mind fuck.
Oh, it could be more than mine. 7 plus 17 would be 24. Yes. Oh, but with advantage because wait, no, that's the other. I'm getting it.
Wrong campaign.
Yep. I mean, it's the same character, so you can see where the confusion is.
You know what? Shits and giggles. Because of what's happening
I don't
right
know
now,
anything.
I will allow it.
Okay. Cool.
Technically, yeah. Considering.
Well, that was one.
Vinestra said, Avery has clothes on.
24.
Not for long. 24. Yeah, Aiko, even with advantage, rolled a natural 9. She's persuaded pretty quickly. And given that you absolutely won a persuasion check by a long shot, you are taking the lead here.
Performance roll after this.
Yeah.
That's the next step.
Performance.
And then,
The next step.
can I get a some kind of boon if I sprinkle in some minor illusions and shape shifting into the mix?
Magical foreplay, go for it.
$13 plus 11, 24, another 24.
And Aiko got really into it with a natural 20. So, yeah.
Oh my god, did this cause an event? Is this gonna be like one of those events that just unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and unfolds?
I will briefly scene cut here to a couple of guardsmen just sitting outside of Mochizuki Keep. There is such a consistent and in-sync rhythm that is starting to reverberate through its halls that for a moment they look to each other, wondering if they're actually bouncers at a nightclub like they were roughly 8 years ago. And then they just barely catch that edge of slightly wetter extensions on that rhythm, and then remember who they're working for. So they're not far off, and they look befuddled and mildly traumatized.
I have a question. Did I just start an event? Is there literally an event? Did I just do something stupid?
Yes, but whether that is going to cause some stupid stuff to follow is to be
You know what? Also, just because I purely walked myself into this while I was saying it, the bouncers are locking eyes. I'm gonna roll.
Oh no! Oh no! What are we
See if they
doing?
get distracted from their job. If you catch my drift.
Amber is raising her hand.
I remember. I don't know if this was part of the recap. I just discovered that my little underling needed more magic to be able to know how to heal because she was killing people on accident.
Oh,
That too.
Yeah, that was a thing.
remember that.
I do.
Yeah. So the bouncers are definitely doing some kind of bouncing. And those two men just learned something about each other. All right.
How contagious is this? How bad is this? How bad is this? Have I just started at like one of those stupid festivals that out of nowhere kind of
Okay,
bullshit?
given that there's now 3 people going on, it's turning into a bit of a domino effect. I'm going to re-roll for the delegation and see if our joking about an Eyes Wide Shut party is no longer a joke.
Oh my god, Joe.
Not a word was needed.
The strength of some political alliances within the Rusted Peaks are getting particularly
Close.
interwoven, I'll say.
Getting quite
With some
strengthened, are
threads tying together that in previous instances never would have before. As those threads tangle, and dwarven beards do in kind.
Vinestra said, they are pounding out the finer details.
You could say that.
Do you like a good hammer?
Screw it. Vinestra, roll me a percentile to see if on the spot Amira starts getting business.
Oh my god. Won't.
What the fuck is today?
No.
Continuation of yesterday.
I mean, Amora hasn't had any actual festivals in her entire existence besides 2.
98.
So...
98.
What are we rolling?
Christ. Rolling to
She
see
rolled
if Amira
see
gets
if
any
Amira
business
got
on the
any
spot.
business. And she rolled 98, which I would imagine means a lot of business.
Yeah, my countered roll being a 69 can't be ignored. Jesus. Okay, yeah. A lot of very well-exercised dwarves very quickly start paying for and perusing Amira's stocks. You know what? Everybody give me a percentile. This is going to dictate if for the dwarves of the Rusted Peaks, given what they are bearing witness to, this will go down in history and be marked in their books as something that may in later years have the makings of a festival to repeat on an annual basis.
Oh my god.
What?
Or a new
Oh
holiday
my god.
in the name of Amoris.
67 for me.
67.
Hold on, I gotta find my T10s out of this little rolly ones.
This
got
isn't a
my
percentile per
dice in a
character,
neat
it's just a
little line.
percentile per player, I should specify.
I know that, but give me a minute. I have to find my
The dice
D10s.
goblin needs to dig through her hoard. Fine.
Does a 42 do anything?
And this is one of the few times where, well, no, it's still a gimme, so we'll count that as a positive.
Okay. Okay, rainbow dice.
Percentile from Amber?
Amber, with your percentile. Uh-oh.
She's grabbing her dice.
Technically, she 32.
32?
42.
42.
2 gimmies.
Oh, a 42. Okay.
By the way, Amber, you're gonna have. I don't think Piccolo is immune to the Amoris magic.
Piccolo knows better than to mess with Piper in her sleep.
He's gonna save it for later. Then he's gonna save it for later.
Oh yeah, there have been instances where he tried and he.
I didn't get to introduce you guys to.
I will say this, actually.
Hey, Amber.
Piccolo does not
Got a mimic?
physically... Very nice. Piccolo does not physically mess with you in your
It's
sleep.
okay.
However, in your subconscious, in your dreamscape, Piccolo does materialize. What may happen therein in the realm of the subconscious is up to you.
Oh, in my dreams, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That's a yes, okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's happening. It's happening.
Okay, given that it's in your dreams, you may roll a performance check using your wisdom modifier if you'd like.
Oh wow, you get a big one.
And no, child, yes, what?
Why you think like you? Like
19 plus 6.
25.
25. Piccolo also got a crit.
Nice.
This is the dreamiest he's ever been, pun intended.
Oh my god.
Vinestra
Oh my
said,
god.
Joe,
You're on a roll today.
can I provide an additional D100?
An additional.
Or what?
For why or from whom?
69. She rolled a 69.
Ah.
Still above 50?
Alright, your original was a 98, though? And you know what?
Yes, 98.
Okay. I will say for this instance, no, as it's just per player. But I do appreciate the thought. Nesea, what did you get for your D100?
One moment.
Just broad scale D100 rolls. Per player here.
These ones are so weird.
99.
99. Okay. Real quick, gotta pull out the digital calculator.
I mean, physical calculators have been obsolete for, I feel like, centuries. Yeah.
Technically, they're all.
No.
That's fair. It's called an
I
alembic.
have five digital calculators. 5 actually handhelds.
I mean, your handheld calculators are still digital. Is what I'm saying.
No, we're talking about the T18 thingies.
I was talking about like those things with.
Okay, this is a little too perfect.
You mean abacus?
The
Yeah.
average.
I have an abacus.
The average is 69.6.
It's rounded down. Please tell me this is rounded down.
I'm not rounding. That 6 at the end just feels like the 9's in a sandwich. Or it did somersaults over a period. So,
I don't know how to feel about that. Oh, she's got a new
Tell us how
bed.
to feel. How should we feel, Joe?
it is entirely up to you.
I don't know. What does this mean, though?
Numbers, DM. What do they mean?
What do they mean? What does it mean?
I'm going to... Yeah, no. Angel, in the midst of your activity, shall we say, with Nicodemus, you get a brief touch of a glimpse through time, something that typically you only get backwards when you're using the mushrooms. Your gaze fixes upon the rusted peaks, jovial, cleaned of an amount of chaos, or at the very least any chaos and negative activity appropriately covered, as the streets are decorated brightly with the frozen whites and blues of Kirin and the vibrant and brilliant rosy tones that you and Nick glow off of yourselves. And there is a holiday written in Dwarven script across many of the banners that decorate these streets called Enamoratus.
I have a question. We also have Elvish delegates in the nearby vicinity. I want to know how far this thing goes.
There are elves present in the Rusted Peaks during this. That is the flash forward that you get. And there is now instated a new holiday devoted to the goddess of love that henceforth will always Christ on a stick.
Did Angel just make peace between the elves and the dwarves?
They've never
by
really been
fucking in front of
conflicted.
them?
This isn't Middle Earth. But
There's some high conflict. There is some high conflict.
some, yeah, but like not on that like ancestral scale like Middle Earth dealt with.
I thought that this was like an entire like fantasy trope, like even DRG focused on it, like the pointy-eared leaf lovers.
So
It's not that super serious, but it's there, but it's not there.
If elves were all vegetarians, Piper wouldn't be eating meat, but she does.
forevermore marked Adacast 4th,
Mm.
the day of Griseldis Enamoratus. The celebration also played out in the coming years with intensity. Whenever the moon Kamari strikes new and is missing from the sky, and Euskia and Felicia Menno alike sit full in its place. Tiny chaos and burning power. Honestly, kind of thematic of tiny ass Angel and burningly intense Nicodemus. The dice shaked out the way they did. So, given the intensity of activities, as I'm going to also roll for the Elven delegates, and as this shit's spreading out and apparently marking through time as a goddamn holiday, I'll roll for the rest of the town. And I did mention also last session that pink snow was already falling. The town is having a community day, and
Oh my god.
This small town's population about to blow up.
and there is pink snow falling, so the population of this Arctic fauna that is present here in this place may also grow in the coming months.
That's how that works.
Actually, that also brings up a point as well with the pink snow. I'm going to roll another percentile just on my side. If I get either a 42 or back within that same average that I just rolled here, that means that pink amorous snow will also regularly fall this time of year.
Oh my god. What number did you get, Joe?
69.
I'm gonna need you to confirm your roll.
Okay. Let me get my fucking phone if I can find it. Jesus, black on black, I swear to God.
Vinestra said, "Told you I'd gift you a 69.
Oh my god. It's gonna be another travel spot. And they're gonna get people, which is gonna be good.
Yep, population's gonna boom in more than one way.
Wandering Tavern absolutely stops here
Every time during this year. Yeah,
Yep.
every time during this year. Definitely, just to pick up more beer. We need more beer.
Who doesn't need more beer?
Strangely enough, I don't even like beer, but mead is a similar process.
You know what I mean? The
I enjoy
more
sweeter
fermented
drinks
liquor.
personally. So, given the sheer scale of intensity that begins to grow as a fine, rosy layer of frozen divine nature settles on the ground outside, likely to soon melt after the action settles. We'll say that this rather rambunctious activity largely spans the course of about 2 hours. It'll cease in the roughly early mid-afternoon. For those not actively engaged in intensive activity, which I imagine that now is very few of you, and those who aren't are largely being opportunistic about the activity, what would you like to do with that small window of time?
I do have a question. Usually after Angel and Nicodemus go into the divinity state, they fall from wherever they're at, or they fall into a deep sleep. So I have a question. Do they fall from the ceiling?
No. They stay where they lay.
Oh. Stuck to the ceiling?
You're
Yep.
sleeping on the ceiling, my guy.
How's it possible?
You're a godling!
Godling gravity is a suggestion.
Angel doesn't treat it like a suggestion. That would make her really dizzy, considering that the kids move like bubbles in and out of her brain.
Trust me, the gravity isn't what made you dizzy. All right.
I have a question. Is Fair gonna be pissed off because now they don't have any more silence crystals in that specific room in the castle?
Farah is frustrated, but at the same time,
Is she
I
relieving
am
her
Zeus.
frustrations? I was
So-
gonna say, is she relieving her frustrations with Zeus?
Yeah, that's
She
what
is.
she would probably be. She'd be more busy than we would be, considering that her son goes to school with the kids.
yeah, Avery, your tinkering companion, does briefly leave you, and you briefly hear the deep, slightly Russian-toned voice of a blonde minotaur go, "What are you... Oh, shit," before a door slams.
He's gonna look over at Nicodemus as she wakes up.
You know what?
Do you know what just happened?
I know we just started the session, but Enamoratus is absolutely going to be the session name.
Do you know what we just did? She looks over at Nick. I can't remember.
Smash cut to 2 hours
And
later.
how do we? Yeah, because she's not gonna be.
I remember, and you were great.
You started to ask the other two players what they were gonna do during that time, and then
Yeah, I do want. I
Yes.
do want to know what Neseo does, considering he has a girlfriend.
Xanon, what are you doing in that gap where apparently vibrant rosy snow is falling, and
It's not a suggestion. It's like this
the
weird
interior
thing.
of both buildings are erupting into a very collaborative kind of chaos.
He does need, if this is the same thing that happens in Summerall, he will need to roll a wisdom save
Since
to
this
not.
is the first one,
Okay.
there is...
Okay, so there's choice. Good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening right now.
The look through the smallest window, and there are dwarves piled on top of each other. You don't know what Twister is, but it looks like they're playing it without armor or clothes.
Oh, okay.
and elves, and Angel and Nick are stuck to the ceiling.
Also elves, also Goliath from in town, also a number of
Do those frost giants end up
Huskinos.
having a good time too?
the Goliath, you mean? Yeah, they're absolutely
No, no,
Vinestra
no, no,
said,
the two giants.
Vinestra is going to find
yeah.
a forge to get work forging some items and begin interrogating the soul.
That's fair.
Well, Where is Xanon right now?
Good question. It is early morning, and I would say, I mean, well, not really early morning. It's mid-afternoon. Where Xanon last was at the breakfast table, with everybody kind of getting the day started. In the interim, though, there has been a couple of hours that have passed.
He did fail his experiment on those body pieces.
Yes, there was that. So right now, I believe actually you are currently outside, kind of away from the buildings, kind of standing before a pile of ash from the few sort of samples that you did try to experiment on.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me, Megan.
We remember a lot of things.
Put on BRB right quick.
Sure. I mean, yeah, there are windows in both buildings, and
windows.
the noise is blatant. Not to mention there are two bouncers that are doing
There's
a very different kind of
dragon
bouncing
noise.
in plain view.
I kind of did it on purpose so Xanon would be able to hear it.
Okay.
There was a whole dominance thing thought there process.
Thank you.
Well, if I...
I've never seen a pair of Goliath that flexible.
Joe, I did it on purpose so Xanon could actually hear it.
Yep.
Because he doesn't respect her as a dragon.
If I see and hear all this around me, I'm going to think something is in the air or something.
Not
I'm gonna
entirely
go-
wrong, as you are all still amidst and among this sort of vibrant, rose-tinted sort of snowfall, and oddly sort of permeated through the air, through the sort of whipping wind, there is this sort of subtle rumbling, almost draconic growling sound, in a way. But even on the slightest further inspection of that noise, it's less a growl and more a purr or a rumble.
Okay, I'm gonna go find Alana, see if she's being affected.
It's a kiss.
Surprisingly, she rolled well enough to not immediately be sort of swept under the spell of it.
Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it.
Thick as later.
Ugh.
Hey, Xanon, what's up? The air is vibrating. And it tastes like strawberries. And it smells like... I'm not going to go into what it smells like.
Yes, I am aware. Wanted to see if you were okay.
Right now, I'm stable. However, at the moment, you are starting to look more delectable by the second. And I am doing my best. Now that you were in front of her, she does have to roll again. Managing to hold on.
Okay. I'm going to take you somewhere where I think you'll be safe.
As long as that's in your arms, we're good.
I'm going to...
Or between your legs. Did I say that
give
already?
her a piggyback and go and
by all
look
means,
for
I'll backpack you.
Vanessa.
Ma'am!
Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it.
Yeah, she jumps onto you, managing to be an almost too excited Yoda to your Luke Skywalker in that moment.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna go look
Never
for
really
Vanessa.
noticed how shiny your scales are. And it is easy enough to go ahead and find your friendly neighborhood dragoness.
Vinestra said, "Does Brush try to find Vi?"
I mean, yeah. Let me see how successful he is. Well, actually, he manages to resist pretty well. Though he does track you down just out of sheer kind of cautious curiosity. Vinestra, I just want to let you know, I can hear the genie from here. He is in my thoughts, and he has just not stopped laughing for the last hour.
Can we get a Kamehameha?
Wait,
It is my
that's
stream,
not
to be fair.
surprising. He's probably recording all of that.
Yeah, on my way in here, I saw dwarves in positions they don't look as flexible as apparently they are. And what they were doing to one high elven lass, I don't even want to. She seemed into it. And then I'm trying to hold it together because it seems like it's radiating out of everything. It doesn't feel wrong or corrupting or anything like that, like I'd expect to see when I'm encountering like a succubus out of the abyss or out of the hells. It's just the air feels inviting.
Vinestra said, "Such is Angel."
It's her doing it.
No, just Nicodemus and Angel. It has to be both of them as one person.
I mean, Bill started it, but I think Avery and Aiko mainly initiated. Like y'all are the ball at the top of the hill, and Avery and Aiko are the guy that pushed it down.
Yes, but you're technically were like protected under an Enamoratus field of what you are.
So on topic. I know you're in the middle of crafting things, and it's fascinating. It's always really fun to watch you work. You know, your artistic edge, your artistic flair. I have my own that I can do with brushes, but yours is just so tactile.
It's getting worse.
If I were to, I don't want to jump ahead. If I were to lose the strictest, if I were to lose the strictest inhibition in my patience with this
Vinestra said, "V is going to go pick him up and carrying him off."
Okay, we're doing this. Now question, do you want an outie or an innie? Because I can do both. Changeling?
Hell yeah. Everybody's getting laid. Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
Now, is it that kind of carry him off, or is it kind of a bring him to the drunk tank so he can cool off kind of carry him off? He, she, they, you know. Changelings are
It's
there.
the one you expect.
Ah, performance check then. Given what is going on, with advantage.
Getting the sheet up.
Fair enough.
A message.
Welcome, everybody. The 5-year anniversary of Forgotten Genesis, and things are starting off. Things are starting off.
I was gonna say, it's feeling how it started.
It's good to know that we can set it on a trajectory and it just goes downhill like an avalanche.
Anyway, a massage?
All we need is a small, tiny baby snowball.
Massage? Massage.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
27.
I don't think so.
So far, every single partner roll I've rolled has been a, guess what, everybody? Natural fucking 20.
Everybody wants to get laid on the night.
Why do you like me today? During this session of all fucking sessions. What the hell?
It's your
I message again.
5-year campaign anniversary present.
Happy anniversary!
Never message something.
At this point, I'm wondering if I should stick you in my
Wild
pocket when I go on a
magic
date.
surge
Good lord.
do?
Yeah, what does a wild magic? I think it makes the DM roll on a wild magic table.
Yep.
It's a
You can
wild
target
magic
it toward
table.
any character or NPC you'd like. It must be used this session. It cannot go into your pocket for later.
Just for shits and giggles, can I go ahead and target a random, let's say, elven woman?
Random elven woman. By all means. Yeah.
How about one that you mentioned that was caught up in
The bottom of the
between
dwarf
several
pile?
people?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Fuck it. Absolutely. Yes. Let's do this.
Careful, because you can pull a fireball out of your hat for that one. Dangerous.
Dangerous, super bad. Better watch out.
If it ends up in someone dead, that's just chaos for you.
But
I
mean,
think
they
on
might
the
have to
normal
kill
wild magic
somebody
table,
here.
I don't think there are
Was
any
it a
strictly
real
like
party if
insta-kill
no one
things that
ended up
happen.
hurt or dead?
That is not the button I meant to push.
Vinestra said, "Can we target the world and bring the rains of Summeril to be a normal thing here too?"
That's
The
a good option.
Summeril hitting
Here's
her
the
home
thing. Technically, yes.
Could it be a worldwide festival?
There is a titan that exists as the manifestation of the planet.
Worldwide testicle?
No.
So she rolled a 99, which meant she regained all sorcery points. That doesn't matter here, so I'm going to re-roll. 95. All creatures within... Honestly, it's kind of funny. All creatures within 30 feet of you gain vulnerability to piercing damage for the next minute.
Wait, repeat that.
I will just call that they loosen up. Good lord.
God, that's awful.
All creatures within 30 feet of that elven woman have vulnerability to piercing damage.
Luckily, the ceilings are a little
Now,
squishy.
among the comedic effect of that, there is one dwarf that goes, "Christ, that's a splinter!" I don't know who Christ is, but
Well, if somebody's in kinds of play, they're not gonna be into it right now.
Oh, by the way, the other thing, the after effect of the Reigns
Vinestra
of
said,
Summer is
"He
there's
should
natural
NT
healing.
have fucked the wood nymph."
He shouldn't have.
Pinocchio, lie, now tell the truth, now lie.
What, Megan?
I like the chaos. I like the chaos thought process of making the same Somro stuff go all over the planet for one day.
Look, technically, you can absolutely target the planet. So, not honestly what I thought was going to be an answer. That is absolutely pressing. That's not pressing the red button. That's finding like the You know, that's finding the switch in the
Orange?
fuse box that nobody thought about, which Megan usually does a lot. So,
No, Megan finds the red button, rewires all of it to the blue button, and presses the blue button.
Okay. So technically, this affects the world's population. First of all, I'll say yes. The rains of Samael begin to fall planet-wide as, on a small zoom out, the planet begins to be bathed in pink clouds. In some places being pink rain, in some places being pink snow, in some places, unfortunately, being pink hail. It's just how it goes.
The deserts. Are the deserts getting pink dust storms?
On the very rare occasion, you know, it will rain in the desert, and this is one of those occasions.
The whole world is getting some form of precipitation, whether it's soft, fluffy, wet, or golf balls.
Rock hard.
It just
And
Joe,
nobody
the
needs to
fact
know what's
you-
happening in Githoven, because precipitation there is fucking weird.
So Joe, the rules of the rains of Samael are this. It has an effect of only 2 to 3 days. The actual holy water, if collected, can be used to heal the inside of women's bodies and men's reproductive situations and that kind of a thing, and heal incurable disease, like stage 4 cancer.
Yeah. Now, one thing I
That's
will
kinda
mention
shit.
here, aside from the healing effects, which is awesome, one thing I will mention here, because you cast wild magic on the planet, and I'm allowing this strictly because it is the anniversary session and it is a delightful bit of chaos for later. I need everybody to write down. Everybody to write down.
Okay.
The next time you fail a saving throw against a spell, for that spell's duration, you polymorph into a sheep.
I like shoops.
That is planet-wide
I really like shoops.
for the population.
I really like shoops.
This also means it'll affect your enemies. It'll affect you. It may be spontaneous, which
permanent?
means just for that turn or the duration of whatever spell is cast on you if you fail the saving throw. And that
No,
is
but like,
No, a polymorph. It's not a permanent polymorph.
it is
Polymorph
not
only
it is
lasts
not
an
a true
hour.
polymorph. It is
but
just
like I could polymorph into a sheep like a quadrillion times. Like every
No,
time
sometimes. No,
One time.
it's just the next saving throw that you fail against a spell.
you
Oh.
spontaneously
spell.
just you're a sheep now.
Vinistra said, the word one.
Yeah. That affects the population. So, and again, that'll be the next time you fail a saving throw. It'll affect all of you and any enemies that you face. That'll just be a thing until campaign end, and honestly, is an Easter egg. Possibly
Are you
for
surprised?
future enemies in a future campaign, should they have never failed a saving throw up to that point yet.
You can always roll to see if they've spilled.
Oh, I've failed saving throws. Yeah.
And honestly, it means with every new enemy, I'm gonna be rolling a side roll to be like, have they turned into a sheep yet? No. Well, they turned into a fucking sheep. That is that. Congratulations, you generated a
We're gonna
campaign Easter egg.
We get to argue. We get to argue with people in sheep language.
Which again, for instant spells, it means just like for that turn, you turn into a sheep. For longer term spells, you're for a little while. Now that said,
I'm
it's
a telepathic sheep.
yeah. Now again, it won't be like your normal farm sheep. It'll be a farm sheep that is very much oriented to your stylings, if you get what I mean, right?
Okay.
So in the case of Angel, it'll be a very tiny pink-haired sheep.
Is Avery a sheared sheep?
You'll see if and when it happens.
Technically, there are types of sheep that have 2 types of fur from one tip to the back.
I need to actually pin that in my notes tab here.
I'm gonna let you know at this point. So did Shannon end up having sex with his girlfriend, or did they make it out? Considering
Right now, they're
Vanessa
still mid
off-
that
went off-
conversation, I think. But next, failed saving throw.
We made it
for
out.
The world population. Will turn into sheep for the duration of the affecting spell. And you know what? That is a planet-wide change for a population. I'm going to say that affects all of the material rings, and each ring gets a different animal they turn into. So, Megan, did you catch that?
Yes.
So you get to choose for Uyelin and Ipthis that random instance of a failed saving throw, what animal that the entire population of that world must turn into. Maybe it's a frog or something. I don't know. In Reclam, it's a ferret because that totally works.
Be a flump, Joe. It might be a flump.
I mean,
Vinestra said, "How much does the world's population increase by?"
There are a lot of people forget trigger.
It wasn't a constant.
one of the few just direct uses for a percentile roll. Honestly, what percentage does the world's population eventually increase as a result of this event?
It shouldn't increase too much, Joe. It will increase the population of animals. So you can have more food, and
Well,
it's going to find
world population doesn't strictly mean fully intelligent beings. It could mean that there's been a massive boom in ant population, which means nobody will fucking notice. So,
I mean, our pantries would notice.
true. Oh my god.
Joe, what'd you get?
Natural 100.
Whoa!
The world population,
Double?
just overall fauna and intelligent life included, is doubling.
Over how long?
Vinestra said, "Baby boom."
Yeah.
It's just for one day. So, like, the pregnancies that are made on this day.
There's going to be a
It's not-
sudden and
it's
very
not-
concerning surge of fruit flies.
It's gonna. It's only a 1 day thing. Okay, so like when the rains of summer happen, it's a 3-day rain that rains for 3 days, and it has the same effect, right? But only around one mountain for the fruit and the growth of all of the crops, right? To keep the crops the same type of seed, to keep the consistency. So this is a one-time thing. So one time a year, if it happens one time a year, we'll just rain on that one day, and it will just have a 1 day effect in certain places.
Okay, so the hospitals are all just gonna be flooded in night.
Well, y'all
Yeah.
are
Now,
forgetting
to be
there's
clear.
gestation periods.
Yeah, this isn't also just an instance of like sudden immaculate conception. It means whoever's banging on this day, you know.
Yeah, that's the rule. So like, the reason that a lot of the Cavis would come to this Rains of Summer, a lot of people would travel to the Cavis cities, was to get pregnant because
No, that's
they
it,
couldn't
especially
get
for
pregnant
those
any other place.
species that reproduce asexually. I mean,
That's why they would show up.
Which is why I have a question
Okay.
in the message.
Only if you wanted to make a great old one.
I mean, well, no, that's a valid question.
It is a valid question.
Do you want us to valid question? Do you want to have that question? I was like, wait a second.
Here's the thing. There do exist a pretty sizable subsection of Fae that are dream-oriented. Right. So that is absolutely a thing. That is absolutely a possibility. Shits and giggles. Again, you're doing it in your dreams, so we're not going to call it a con save. We'll call it a wisdom save.
Oh my gosh, she gonna give birth to a dream-oriented fae?
I mean...
She can. I mean, so can Angel, technically, if she wanted to.
Okay,
Well, I'm
6 foot.
convinced that Angel can just give birth to whatever the fuck wants to come out of her BJ.
Essentially what it is.
12, 18 total.
18 total. Cool. Let me,
My save is a 12.
Yeah, I'm rolling for the DC here, also. So, in a twist of irony for the Archfey who centers herself around caffeine and the ability to stay awake.
Did
So
I just
too-
bless my sugar plum berry?
So too doth get summoned forth, not only a blessing for your warlock, but a subset of dream-oriented entities whose whole job is to wake people from sleep. As they come out, fully manifest. They are not bearing faces of terror or horror, but gentle faces akin to nurses that you would find at a hospice, a nursing home,
How many? How many?
a daycare.
Please. Oh God, please, how many?
Well,
So do random elves everywhere get baby nurses?
there are tooth fairies. There are dream fairies.
Sorry,
And
but
these
D&D,
are the
I expect
nocturnal
the tooth fairy
cafe.
to be very, disturbing.
Now, question.
Fairies being disturbed. Case.
Metal or plastic for the front? I won't clarify what that means.
Metal. It's easier to clean, I guess. I don't know.
Is that your final answer? Our survey says that for 7,975 members of the dimensional population across the Ring of Zaria, there now exists a dream-oriented fae strictly with the purpose of waking them up. And given the healing nature of the Rains of Someril, some of them do specialize in waking those that are comatose.
Holy shit.
I made nurses across the planet.
It also means, as a side effect, I need you to roll me a percentile, Amber.
Way there.
The dream guy was in a comatose state. The dream guy was in a comatose state.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna take a picture of this because you're not gonna believe this.
Again, this is not
Excuse me.
consequential
69.
for negative things. These are strictly positively oriented
Hey,
beings.
Amber. Hey, Amber. The lead dream being was in a comatose state because of those stupid people.
What
Do you
dream
have
being?
any idea how little stupid people narrows it down?
The big BBEG. The BBEG he put the dream leader, that guy that walks through dreams. It's really kind of weird and talks to us funny.
Is it gonna work? Are you gonna do what I? Oh my God.
Today's wild so
Send it
far.
over.
How much we into this? Like half an hour? Oh no, it's been an hour.
An hour
It hasn't
and a
felt
half.
like it. It's felt like 20 minutes.
Chaos does that.
It's a good thing. Means at least
We
I'm
still
having
didn't
fun.
finish this conversation. Holy shit.
69. If you want to
Do
check,
it.
confirm your roll.
69, very nice.
I knew it.
Okay. Now, after that cough just shot brain cells out of my skull, I need to remember why I even asked you to roll that. So,
Comatose patients.
Apparently, yeah, comatose patients was the last thing you said before.
yeah.
Said that there were fae that healed people in a state that
The guy that gave you the ship, Amber.
Huh?
The guy that gave you the lollipop ship.
shit.
Well, Sony's been dreaming this whole time?
No, not Wilsoni. The guy who gave you the lollipop ship was not Wilsoni. It's the guy who runs the Dream Realm.
Oh, well, Sony gave me the ship.
There is a great old one that dictates the realm of dreams.
Oh, and he's asleep. Oh, we woke him up. Oh! Sweet! Hold on, I gotta fix my camera. Hi. I was fuzzy.
Which means I gotta
Good
open
to
World
know.
Anvil real quick so I can that I have the name right.
Was this a good thing?
We just woke him up. He wasn't awake. He couldn't defend his own world at the time.
So this is a good thing.
That's a good thing. We were trying to wake him up. Remember, it was like I told you there was something that was supposed to happen, and we needed to get it done, and it got done without us trying to get it done. Apparently, because apparently me having relations with Nicodemus in the ceiling was a good idea today.
Apparently.
You
Is
broke
there
my
any
brain and
change
you
in
expect the
that?
dominoes not to fall?
I mean, Domino's Pizza is good.
I used to work there.
And again, I will emphasize that I don't think any dominoes were gonna fall if I didn't blow on them.
True.
Yeah, so
And as far
Angel
as
set
I
up
was
the
concerned, blowing
dominoes.
is happening.
Angel set up the dominoes, you blew them, and everybody just went, a wee!
Let's see, Cosmic Hierarchy,
Why
Great
do I
Old
feel
One
like
slash
why do I feel like
Gatekeepers.
Avery's the guy that comes in when you're halfway through the domino set and you've got like the last one about to put it down and he just like tips that and
There
you're
we
just like
are.
He absolutely is. But he's
Seraph
you
smart
kind
to tip the right one, like the last one you put
Mistress
down.
of Forgotten
Yeah.
Dreams.
Doesn't like start it halfway. He does almost the whole thing.
He's like, ooh, this looks cool.
Microphone closer, Joe. Microphone closer, Joe.
Sereth Ur, Mistress of Forgotten Dreams, Gatekeeper of the Ethereal Plane, the Dream World, and the Astral Sea.
She was asleep.
She's not
we woke her up.
the Lord of Limbo. That is a different great old one.
Yes, but she was still asleep.
Yes. And given that you are asleep, you get to bear witness to this. Now again, given the first time that you all encountered her, here's the snippet just from her. Well, it's her lore snippet. To look upon her face is to at worst go mad, and at best forget that she is the sleeping goddess for which existence is a dream. It is said at every time she turns, a plane ceases to be. Should she awaken, everything would cease to be. Now that is the haunting legend by which many describe her. She communicates through her own unconsciousness, and an eye that should never be open opens to greet you.
Did I hear apocalypse? I feel like I heard apocalypse.
It stares at you wordlessly and silently. You can see, even through this impossible and maddening gaze, a twitch in the eye that screams drowsiness, hatefulness for being awakened and being disrupted, and a grand desire to go to sleep. This being does not strike you as a morning person.
Me neither. I get you, my guy.
Remember, their entire realm was being taken over by the limbo people. I might want to warn them.
As you can feel your subconscious beginning to crack and collapse and fold in upon itself while this thing stares at you, each of you feeling your own minds begin to vibrate and shake in ways unnatural and even beyond your own grasp. It asks and beseeches you, Piper Puck, why am I awakened?
I did not mean to wake you up.
You can feel, even as those words escape, your grasp on self is starting to grow thin.
Can I look slightly to the left of the other?
Nipping at my heels.
Yes, they're trying to destroy everything.
The more consciousness begins to breach into this being, the more everything around you begins to grow more unstable. You can feel by instinct alone that allowing this thing to remain awake is a danger greater than anything you've ever felt.
I'm gonna pull out my piccolo and play like a lullaby. I don't have the spell sleep.
Roll me a performance check.
Okay,
And I will need you to put the result and confirm your roll.
I don't know if sleep would help. Can't imagine how many hit points this thing has.
Alright. Bip, bip, bip. Yeah, wrong phone.
You have the blanket that puts people to sleep, though.
As a reminder from this thing's lore, Sodath Ur was not forced to be comatose. Sodath Ur is meant to be comatose.
That's not what you said last week.
I also want to...
Vinestra said, isn't there a stuffed animal you guys had?
That was a calm motion stuffed animal. But I want to make sure, because I had this misconception. Lovecraftian isn't actually that understanding drives you mad, it's the losing of that understanding that drives you mad.
We're all mad here anyways, though.
Come on, phone. Let's.
Like you gained this impossible understanding, and what drives you mad is not being able.
Now let me just double check here. Because honestly,
no, it's realizing how insignificant you are and gaining a wider understanding of the world.
I mean, it's probably all of the above.
18 plus 4.
Yes.
18 plus 4.
And confirm your roll.
22. Okay. We'll call that in conjunction with my own misstep for which great old ones handle which planes. With the flap of impossibly massive draconic wings bringing with it the winds of slumber. The eye once again seals and reality stabilizes. And you see Dervisu, the Scaled Father. The domains for which he is the gatekeeper are Ormer, Tyrannus, the Feywild, and Solai.
I know that. That's why there is a piece of the garden in all those 5 places.
That was my grabbing the wrong character. So we'll say that's a spooky moment. And by the way, I'm going to say this above board for all of my players who are concerned with what I just described, that Great Old One will never be used as an end-of-the-world possibility in any campaign. It exists completely as my own rendition and parody of Azathoth.
I'm mad to get to your campaign.
That
There
Great
was a
Old One,
different
even
guy.
though its existence is apocalyptic by its nature, will never be used as that tool.
The description you had was for a different guy, and it wasn't Yggdrasil.
Dervasil, you mean?
It wasn't Dervasil.
Okay,
He was suave, he was tall, he was made of dream material.
Then it wasn't a Great Old One. And I know this wasn't last week.
That was a long time ago.
Long time ago?
Long time ago.
Remind me what else happened in that session, and my brain might be able to scrape it together.
The blue dream lady.
Yeah. She was also given,
Not the Great Old One, the angel lady, the blue angel dream lady.
Oh, okay.
But she works for him.
Berlane the Dream Guide. Right.
You said that the dream guide was the one that was being attacked by the crazy people.
So, backtracking through that horror show for a second.
Or it just happened for a second and put him to sleep.
As Eurofay were literally born a couple of seconds ago, they realized, wrong thing to wake up. Hold on.
Fuck.
We're not supposed to wake people up out of this reality and let you look up and realize that there's players controlling you with dice before you cease to exist.
They're like, oh, we should wake him up. Oh, fuck.
But I remember that person also is the person who plays the music that keeps that person asleep.
Yeah, that's Grand Cosmos Don't Wake Daddy.
And technically that's the person that's been trying to sleep. They've been trying to wake up the eyeball. If I remember correctly, that was the description I was given 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, so the guy with the eyeball. Okay, so the guy who's supposed to keep her asleep, the big dream lady, they're waking him up to put her back to sleep, essentially, because they keep trying to wake her up.
They keep trying to wake her up, and so they keep putting him to sleep. So.
Gotcha, which I believe his name was never given.
No.
It was something Igduane or something like that, and I can't remember what it was.
I'm just bad at names, so I wouldn't remember if you told us the name or not.
But it was something Dwayne at the end of it, like an old knight of the round table.
Vinistra said, Dwayna?
Irwin?
Someone. It just had an A at the end of the name.
Gawain? Or Erwain Gawain?
Gawain.
That's a fae. That's an archfey. Hold on.
No, not the archfey.
There's a different guy.
Different guy.
Does not help that my brain's broken and it's having trouble recalling information.
I know. But I remember, the only reason I remember because he was really tall and he was handsome and he kept Angel from falling down a hole.
Let me double check my outer forces, Dad.
I mean, I can go find a name that ends with Ain. I mean, I can do that.
These dice are really kind of cool. Focus.
Naming names that ends with letter A-I-N.
It's like A-I-N-E. It's the weird.
Oh, A-I-N-E. Let me fix that.
It's a great sign when I barely fucking remember shit like that.
Well, the only reason I remember is we've actually encountered this person more than once. So.
Blaine, Elaine, Jermaine, Kane.
It was more or
Rain.
less one of us was going to try to wake up that creature, and then we weren't supposed to wake up that creature, so we got told we were not supposed to wake up that thing.
Zane, Lane, Kane, Madeleine, Ain, Tremaine, Charmaine, Adeline, Bane, Elaine, Lorraine,
I've given you guys shit. Okay.
Shane, Tremaine, Germaine, Shermaine, yeah,
It
Shermaine,
kind of surprises me that I can remember that far back.
Elaine, Jermaine, Yavain, Ain,
God,
again,
how many AIM
Tane,
names have I given you guys? Fuck.
Dane, Dwayne. No, I've just looked up names that end with Ain.
To try and jog my memory?
Yeah,
Devane was if it was the closest I can get is Eric Devane, but it's
Defane, Maine, Delane, Romaine.
Vinestra said, Coltrane.
I'm gonna find it on that because I imagine it's a made-up name that exists nowhere else except for that.
Tremaine, Morgaine, Rain, Tremaine. Fuck, I don't know how to pronounce this one.
There's Ebony
Coltrane.
Amethyst Dragon of Moore's Mountain.
Here in general, because I don't know how to pronounce shit.
No, Joe. Okay, I'm gonna describe this character, and you can come up with a new name if you need to. But this character was used as the dream guide, and was used as her first dream guide that we had been exposed to. And this person was supposed to play music to keep that thing asleep.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm scrolling up.
Let me see if it's in my notes. Maybe I wrote it down. Maybe. Knowing my luck, I didn't.
This is well
Because
before my time, so I'm not even bothering.
I know. This is like episode 18, 19.
No, it's later than that. Like
Episode long ass time ago in a town called Kickapoo.
For the sake of brevity, DM, does that person wake up?
Yeah, fuck it. Whatever their name was.
Unnamed dream guy.
You know what? It's a dream.
Minister
Dreams are
said,
weird. Dreams evolve.
Billy
Dreams
Bob.
change. The name changes. Fuck it. We're changing the name.
Maybe he changes his name every week because he doesn't like the way it sounds after people say it in different languages.
His name changes because the guy who creates him is forgetful, and dreams get forgotten when he wakes up anyway. So, fuck it. With the natural one, right now his name is Shane.
Okay.
Okay, but Loki, Shane Slaps. It's a nice name.
And for the sake of being weird, it's SCHAEINE.
Oh fuck no.
No.
I take everything back.
Fine, it's just Shane.
That Shane can go fuck himself.
That Shane can tell his
understand if
parents to go fuck themselves.
I understand if
We wanted to make you unique. You made me a pariah.
I would be understand if it's SHAYNE, considering that sentence is like a weird.
hold on, let me see. Okay, let's sort by A through Z so I can actually find this shit faster. Let's see if there's any Shane spellings that might,
If there are any
No,
spelling within the
there's no
last 10 years, don't. Those
No,
are
no.
horrible.
Let's continue this game. We're not gonna divert. We've already got
top
another
of it.
conversation that needs to
My
happen.
brain's fucked as it is. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
So, tall, blue, and beautiful approaches you after that mess up.
Hello? Again?
Hello.
He's comatose for a long time.
I'm pissed. Need to restart my music.
Yeah, I think something I did almost woke her up. I'm sorry.
And I'm going to put in my notes so that it no longer gets lost in the pile of why Shane, the sleep keeper of Sereth Ur,
I'm very sorry. At least I tried putting her back to sleep, but I think it worked.
Dervasil had to intervene. Which, fine, so be it.
Am I gonna be in trouble?
Am I in trouble?
You wouldn't be in trouble.
That wasn't your doing. And
okay.
your dream nurses
Dream nurses.
need only wake those that need healing. Something else stepped out of line and tried to become opportunistic in that momentary schism.
Dream nurse?
Whatever you'd like to call them, it's just my first thought.
Slayer knows these exist now. Piper's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Your dreamlike activity with your husband spawned a number of fae that are particularly useful for healing those in a entrapped dreamlike state.
Oh, great. Now I have to be careful even in my dreams. Great.
I'd say you need not worry about raising these spawn. There's over 7,000. They'll learn enough just touching upon the dreams of the many.
Okay. Piper's just like, I never thought I would outpace.
Which, given what's
Angel,
going on
but
today, it means some of them are going to be perverts.
Piper's just suddenly going, oh my god, I'm outpaced. I beat Angel. Nope. We are tying tubes. We are tying tubes. We are tying tubes. Fuck that. Nope. We're good.
It was at no cost to your body. And with one brief installment. Sorry. I just realized that sounded infomercially.
Anyway,
Yes.
oh, I'm gonna go wake up now. She's just like, I'm done. I'm done.
Probably a good
Wake up.
idea. It seems your adoptive family is getting very,
Busy.
they're getting their workout in. I'm gonna go do what I have to do.
Can we only give him some type of protection so he doesn't fall asleep again?
Well, that's what the dream nurse is.
Okay.
They'll be of some help. Now I'm going to keep that spawn of Azathoth asleep. One of the only safe ways to communicate with Serethor is through her subconscious projections. In other words, what she still dictates to be dream. So,
Anyway.
as he dissipates and you come to the waking world, you are unfortunately greeted by the uproarious and percussive sounds of one of the most productive diplomatic meeting of we'll say meeting of the minds between the snow elves and the dwarves of the rusted peaks. And honestly, you could not be more thankful that somehow your kids are very fast asleep.
Cool. They're all in
Vinistra
class.
said, are they making snow dwarves and
They're
rusted
also sleeping in
elves?
their class.
They're definitely in Communist Mentis, away from this heinous.
The daytime kids are in Communist Mentis. My nocturnal kids are still asleep.
Yep.
My nocturnal kids don't sleep either way. They sleep in power naps.
They have FOMO.
They do. They have so much FOMO. They're like, I have to go to school. I can't go to school at nighttime. And I'll miss school.
Is
and
Atom
everything
being a
else."
creep?
Adam's at school.
Adam's at school.
I want to
He
know
was
what
made to
Adam's
go-
school life is like.
I am going to, however, roll to see if Adam gets a quote-unquote red card from his teacher. If you catch what I mean.
His teacher's Griffin, and he put him on a short leash.
Yeah, he's being taught.
He's on a literal short leash with Griffin.
He does okay. Although, in the midst of things, Griffin may be thinking about later after schooling's over about putting someone else on a leash. But that's neither here nor there.
I don't want to think about shriveled old Griffin.
He's not shriveled.
He ain't shriveled.
He's not shriveled. He's back to a beautiful queen of sexiness.
Okay, I picture a ghoul and I picture shriveled
Yeah,
zombie.
he was a ghoul, and then he went to Merkest, which means he got his sort of normal humanoid traits back, and now is sort of locked into that sort of prime of his age kind of deal.
Vinestra said, I mean, he could go into the rain too.
I've also heals. That's one of the reasons that they actually did commune that way. We did not know where Xanon
What's
went.
the rain doing to Skags anyway?
It does. There's things it does.
Not the same
It's
thing that it's doing in Merkest, but
It heals their skin for like a certain number of years. Correctly.
a little bit. It's making them look less like Fallout 4 and more like the
like
Fallout
raisins.
TV show.
Yeah. Yes, less like raisins, more like half like.
The skin's
Half
smoother, but the noses are still missing and it's still
Yeah.
pulled taut against the rest of their bones.
Modded Fallout.
Yeah. Oh no, he's diseased but hot.
So, question, DM. What happened to Xanon?
Yes. Sorry, that went so far off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
What's Xanon up to? He was going to find Vinestra, right as Vinestra hauled off Brush.
Yeah.
I'd say there is enough of a snippet of time that you are catching Vinestra right as she picks up this changeling and throws him over her shoulder. And right as he's saying, so do you want me to do an outie or an innie?
Okay. I'll just shout her name. Ask. Do me a favor real fast.
Rude.
That's interrupting. Let's Critus Interruptus, dude. Go find your own room.
Vinestra said, what's the favor?
Would you mind if Alana stayed in your necklace until tomorrow?
The ring, you mean?
What's Alana think of that?
Seems to be something in the air.
I'm gonna roll to see if she likes the idea of being dimensionally separated from you right now.
Considering, no, she wouldn't. Considering how y'all reacted in the other campaign.
With snake eyes on my d20s.
That's a hell to the no.
Excuse you?
It can either go one of two ways during this festival.
You wanna lock lock me away?
I'm giving you if I remember correctly too.
Vinestra said, I mean, the last time someone was left alone in there, they did go mad.
Left alone and where? What's going on? Where am I? Hold on. Where am I being deprived?
The pocket dimension Joe.
Yeah, this
no,
is
she
her
doesn't.
asking.
He's actually pissed off. Like this is like this. It can go both ways during the Summerall Festival if you don't say yes.
I just thought I would ask.
This is Alana
I'd
asking
be-
for clarity, of course.
Severely offended. Like, you want to get rid of me?
Excuse me?
Everybody's having fun, and you want to put me in another room, away from everything.
This seems unnatural.
It's more natural than.
It doesn't feel forced, and it feels persuasive, but it doesn't feel forced. Like, you know what, I could...
Why don't you join here in said realm and just enjoy a romantic evening?
You know what? If you don't want me, you don't get me tonight. She turns and walks out of the room.
I love her. I love her. New respect. New respect.
Not really a high passive insight needed to tell that, yeah, she's very offended.
Respect for this being.
Okay, I'm gonna go find Ravik.
Ravik's probably already busy. Right?
You know
Ravik's
what?
already
Gold
busy?
Dragon, we'll see if he's even bothering with this pile of mortals.
There are other options, Joe, in that castle. There are other
I'm aware.
options.
Vinestra said, I just want to point out, dragon size fits a human person.
True. No. I'm going to ask you, Xanon. Do you want me to use one of my remaining inspiration die that my viewers and my players alike have so graciously bought me on the roll I've just made?
Yes.
Good choice, because you were about to find out what Snake Eyes means for Ravik. Significantly better. Significantly better.
Yeah, but what does he hit with?
You know what? Ravik wanders into the room, still wearing a human guise. Elven guise, really.
Right.
Vinestra, I got a question. How lonely does that Dow get?
Ayo.
You can hear from your ring, oh so lonely, what's this dragon up to?
Tea. Waiting for the tea.
Vinestra said, lonely, not so much. Quote,
Oh, come on. Ask him what they're asking. Ask him why. I'm curious.
they do want to know why though.
Consider it a bit of a thought about power play. I mean, all-powerful genie, granting all these wishes, phenomenal cosmic power, all of that. In service, granting wishes, sure. I wonder if he'd allow himself to be subjected to another kind of service. Even if only for a night. What the fuck did he just say?
Nasio said he'll be right back real fast.
Fair enough. The dragon is asking if he might be able to top the genie.
Which, by the way,
You're adults, you can talk it out.
Is that an invitation? You're just hearing that prolonged from inside the line. He has never been shy, nor hesitant about
general.
anything. I guess I'll just ask plainly, may I enter inside of that ring? Or that lamp, or wherever it is you're storing them, and talk it out?
It's his home, ask him.
How's he gonna ask him?
You can hear him.
I'm going to roll a persuasion check for Ravik.
What did I miss?
Actually, you know what?
Ravik's trying to fuck a genie.
Xanon, roll a persuasion check for Ravik for me.
For what?
To see if he's even allowed to enter into the Tao's lamp. To then talk about potentially engaging with him. Even if it's only for the night.
It's 25.
25. That was the DC, as in a puff of earthen smoke, Ravik is pulled from your view, and for the first time in a long time, a dimension away, yet you still feel that bond.
Now, DM, can we cut to the 2 hours later now that everybody is off busy?
Yeah, well, I cut to the 2 hours later. I'm going to roll to see how that conversation goes.
Hell yeah. Can I give him advantage?
He's already rolling with it.
Okay.
Dragons naturally have superiority complexes, oftentimes, and in a shock to that Tao's system, and a surge of sourceless pride that you feel, Xanon, it is most certainly expressed as those 2 hours finally pass by.
Oh my.
This is the point where Nicodemus looks over at Angel, and Angel looks over at Nicodemus. Why are we still on the ceiling?
I don't know. How the hell did you get a pillow under your head?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
It's over her head.
Grandma is so nice.
Grandma's probably being really nice to me, considering I'm
Yeah.
probably pissed off.
Yeah. As you look over, you can see actually a chandelier has been contorted around the two of you to basically pin a blanket against you in defiance of natural gravity. Basically to allow the both of you some comfort.
So,
Grandma's so nice.
I have a question. When I look down, are they coming out of the haze as we are, considering that's usually how that thing works?
As everybody's heads generally start to clear, as those 2 hours
Vinestra said, Vi's going to go off with Brush. Amira is going to sell Nick and Angel a love swing.
Might be easier to get to the ceiling that way, to be fair.
Looks over at Nicodemus.
Yeah.
I look down at the delegates. I don't think I thought about where we were.
Holy shit.
I don't know if we're going to be in a good spot considering what we did. And I know that if I've got bite marks on me, then you didn't hold back today.
No, I didn't. I definitely didn't. Neither did I, says Navarre from the other side of the blanket on the other side of you. Which explains the much more intense sting and the sort of warm, rushing feeling kind of moving down one side of your body and shoulder.
Okay, we're gonna have to get down from here. I keep wondering if that old woman from the other area found somebody to bang with. That's the first thought I had when I got back up. That's a really weird thought, but she's a really nice lady. I'm just wondering if Violet's grandmother found somebody too, considering she's been so alone for so long.
One last roll.
That is a good point. Mira would have 100% filmed it and sell it.
Double crit. So, let me scroll down just so I can recall names here.
Joe, I'm also going to remind you that Angel's older children are in the house.
Yeah, I know.
They're
Rolls have
great.
been made there as well.
They're great. They're great.
Rolls have been made there as well.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh boy.
So.
Also, poor Bruce. All lonely.
He's not lonely. His girlfriend's in the necklace.
Out
There's no way.
Magma Buckle.
Teresa was on a mission.
And Violet's delightful grandmother seemingly encountered each other and had a bit of a social engagement.
Which one is this one? Are we talking the old elf lady, or are we talking about the old dwarf lady?
Dwarf lady. Not a combination I'd anticipated.
Talk about your fire and ice.
You're telling me. And yeah, very much echoing the IRL Nordic Dwarven tale of Fafnir's Gold, except in a very different, very non-hostile way. But notably, both of them don't seem to be present among the floor of successful delegation. And I think, honestly, to allow everybody a chance for their brains to reset as we move forward with the rest of whatever the hell the session is, we're past the 2-hour mark. We're going to go to BRB. I think everybody needs a break. And honestly, as much as I'd love to joke about it, a smoke break, I'm not going to actually, I don't do that. I like my lungs. But, you know, it's a joke. Either way.
So question for the DM as soon as we get a break, so.
BRB. Welcome back, everybody. BRB. Christ on a stick. All right. That was chaotic. Let's.
That was crazy.
Price on whatever the fuck you want them to be on.
Christ on an anthill. I don't know.
I know he is, but yeah, that took me out, Megan.
Just banged my knee against my desk the moment I said that. I get it.
Fuck,
Jim
Megan,
Carrey
you
already made
wanna
the joke.
break us
I don't
again?
need to repeat it.
Anyway. Couplings.
Yeah.
She looks
So-
down. I'm letting you know, Angel's gonna come down from the ceiling and look down at Avery. You okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm more than okay. This was a good afternoon.
It was an adult afternoon.
It was a good afternoon.
When we get to the next session in 2 weeks, the working title, before titling anything else, is going to be Afterglow. It'll have to be.
Vinistra said, "It was a profitable afternoon."
I have to heal like a gajillion of like your race today, considering we found a whole bunch of bones and we have to bring a whole bunch of people back, and we got some clerics here that are probably going to help us. But I have to go and collect them. So do you want to help me collect the
Have
cleric?
fun with that. Why would I want to help you collect a cleric?
Do you want to know why
I
you've
could
been
lay
alone
here
for
with
so
my
long?
beloved instead.
Looks over at Echo. Echo, help me. Echo, help me. Looks over at Echo.
What's up? My brain's barely in my head.
She wants to take me away from you.
What? I'm not awake, clarify.
Echo, I'm about to like bring back like a quarter of like the missing changeling race. You want to help me?
Do you need me for this?
Do you ever wonder where your parents went?
I don't know about her, but Avery's parents weren't changelings.
Did you just apparate into being?
Yeah, my parents weren't changelings either.
Really? Looks over at Nicodemus. How often is that? How odd is that? That's not a percentage. That's not an easy percentage.
Changelings are rare anyway. They most commonly come
Yeah,
out of other
but-
changeling pairings, but on the rare occasion, you know, with magical barriers and everything, sometimes they can be born from other races. Similar to like tieflings in that way, except we can also just make more from ourselves.
Okay. She looks over at Lillian. How common is that math?
She gets out an alembic and starts flicking through.
Where's
Takes
Griffin with his
about 8 minutes. Flitting through different options. About 1 in... $8,437,000 and some change. I'm not going to go over the full number, but
Yeah,
it's
but
big.
It's odd.
Yeah, but what are the chances of rolling 16 nat ones?
Only Ethan. We're not Ethan.
19 it was, and
He looks over at Nicodemus. We need to check into that. It sounds scientific.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Even rarer. I was born to a couple of lizard folk in Jihu. And they just left the country with me. Instead of selling me off.
But how common is it between two different races to make a changeling? That's like.
Oh, you're looking
probability
for
on
genetic
weird.
commonality of that kind of like mutate. I mean, again, that's less like someone in the ancestry has managed to do that, and more the ley lines just happened to. They were over the right combination of ley lines or whatever, where it oriented that way, or a magical storm, or any number of magical mishaps. It's still rare as hell because.
I
You know,
am
that
doing
kind
a
of combination
ratio
of
out our
events
kids.
is just as likely to come up with a source, actually a lot more likely to just come out with a sorcerer love.
She puts her hand on Nicodemus's head. I'm going to get a ratio out of our children. I'm going to go do this now. Aiko, Avery, she pulls out a very unfamiliar metal and puts it on your on your chest.
What was it?
It's his scales melted down. She pats Navar.
Yeah.
Why do we need it?
It's one of the rarer metals. You might be able to use it for something.
It's adamantine.
Alright, I'll hold on to it. Not sure what I would use this
Adamantine, when used in
material for.
armor, means whoever's wearing it is immune to being critted.
Okay, but how big is this metal? Like, I pictured just like something like this.
It's like a bar.
It is a
okay,
bar, but
okay.
that said, it can be thinned out to provide some smaller benefits in that same realm. Like a weaver and alloy.
I'll let you know when he sheds again, because he'll be in shed in like 4 or 5 weeks. And then we'll see what we can do then.
And Angel, if you want to essentially probe the changeling population among your children for a sample size, I'm assuming among the adoptees, for those that are not changeling born.
I'm guessing
ahead,
we're gonna enlist Piper in on the DNA shit.
Oh yeah, that's what she's gonna do to Piper. She's like, I'm sorry to disturb you.
Piper's already coming down the stairs and she's pale. She's in decay form and she's even paler.
What did you do? It's the only time she can ever say, what did she do?
I almost destroyed the realm on accident. But at the same time also saved it.
You wanna walk with me and you can
The
talk
most
with me
face shit
while we
you could
go?
ever say?
Yeah.
It sounds like a Tuesday,
I almost
but let's
collapsed
keep
reality
walking.
as we know it and saved it in the same second.
That does sound like a fake thing to say though.
She also she pulls up like a megaphone and she says, any cleric in this room, I'm going to need you. So any cleric that can heal or resurrect or bring things back to life, I'm going to need you. So y'all are gonna have to give me 15 minutes and y'all can get back to what you're doing.
Viper out of the corner of your eye, just on the reflection of like a golden case on a china cabinet, you can see Wilsoni busy smoking what appears to be a blunt. That was wild.
So,
That was. You almost had me
Totally
throwing
tubular.
away years worth of writing. My God. I'm joking, of course. I would never have let that happen, but wow.
I am going to ignore that, considering I almost caused the end of the realms as we know it. But at the same time, saved it. Well,
I thought that it was Angel and Nicodemus that almost ended the realm.
Indirectly in this case, but
technically,
They created those
I am not ready.
waker-uppers that
Piper did.
I am not ready for the aftermath of that, considering Yadrsil is not a nice person when you're pre-busy.
Piper is just going to tell Angel what happened on the way.
Yeah, I would suggest you not screwing your dreams again.
Oh, that's right. That
I
happened.
might just remove the entire kit and caboodle are going kapowie.
Yeah, no, because I don't think Piccolo would prefer that.
I could
I
maybe,
will stop
fit-
at 7,000. I will let you go past me. I never thought I would go past you.
if it would make you feel better, I could try to fix you so you don't dream no more.
We have already left. We were walking and
We were walking and talking.
all the way
Like-
to the children.
She's looking over at her kids who are coming back from school. And everybody's getting their clothes back on, thank God. So,
A concerning amount of your small children are talking about cootie shots.
lots of people told me cootie shots. But we're all gonna go upstairs and be in quarantine from the cooties, okay?
There was a cooties outbreak at the school. It started snowing pink, and it turned into this widespread epidemic in 2 seconds.
It's raining cooties!
She's gonna look at her older children.
There were these 2 kids that went outside and made cooties angels, and we had to lock them in a closet.
Oh no!
She looks at her older children. Would you like to explain to me in so many terms what has happened?
She goes on this tirade that would not be out of place in. Do you want me to roleplay this out, or you want me to brevity this?
I do. We do want to know what the older kid's going to say compared to the younger kid, considering that
Older
cooties
kids.
outbreak is going to be. She's gonna look over at Tatsu, very concerned.
We had to keep them entertained while the educators were ensuring that they didn't further spread the infection, so to speak, by consolidating any and all samples into a centrifuge, and a wild one at that.
That's one way of putting it.
So
Threw people into a centrifuge?
Seriously, though, there was a lot of spinning. I don't know why.
yeah, that's my fault.
I noticed. The hell? What did you do?
I'm guessing that you're going to be. I'm guessing that you're going to be asking
did
for
you
the
do?
afternoon. Obviously,
What?
let's just say the delegates know where I stand on Nicodemus being your father now.
There was no standing involved.
Nick.
They're old enough, they know.
I know, and I've already gotten 3 requests mentally from the children on date night tonight. So we're stuck with the kids tonight.
Better hope that new vampire kid isn't a fan of biting.
You mean the vampire date or the other
Yep.
guy? You mean all 3 of them? Because there's 3 involved.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I would think they would know better.
She looks at all of her adult children. Okay, here's the rules. You're going to help with the resurrection of the changeling race outside after we're done with this. So,
Okay.
she looks at her older children. Here's the rules, the ground rules. Looks it over at Cal and Gel. I better not see a single bite on you.
Not a one. They say in unison.
Looks over at her 11,000-year-old child. You are old enough to make that decision, but I suggest highly against it.
Why would it trade stable immortality for a drug addiction.
You make
She's, oh, but you know.
But you can't. She like also whispers, but you can do other things with it.
Well, there's no rule against me biting him, and I did a lot of that.
Right, you don't go to school with them anymore because you've already gone to enough schools.
Uh-huh. Understand, I was a baby for a very long time. I was very much an adult trapped in a very small body. It was frustrating.
Since
I was
you've
like
already
Claudia,
had your
but
date,
worse.
since you've already had your afternoon date, I'm gonna need you to help me with the kids for this evening. I get that. I get that.
When hopping across plains, what you and Dad were doing, it lasted us like 2 weeks.
I don't need to know.
Well, you should know that if it pans out without any medical complications, you do have a grandchild on the way.
I'm gonna try really hard not to cry and get excited. Because I already know that two of the other kids are already also in that situation.
Now,
Piper is
would be,
going
I think
to
it's called a damn
respectfully exit stage left because, oh, this is a private moment. Let me have.
No. This is not. You're okay. I'm also your little sister, so this is not a private moment at this point. She hugs her. I'm really proud of
I'm
you.
being hugged.
he didn't think that it would take, because he's a vampire, but the snow really helps. Rain did too.
Yeah, the rain does the thing. I know. The rain does the thing.
Yeah. I've been craving... I have been craving mango and olives together, and I don't know why.
Can I druid craft a mango and an olive tree? Like little mini bonsai versions?
By all means.
I druid craft bonsais of mangoes and olives and go, congrats!
A lifesaver, Aunt Piper, thank you. I'm gonna fuck you up so bad. Alright, what's up?
Okay, so I'm going to need you to help me watch the kids tonight.
Okay.
Since you were in the house, I know that two of the great worms were busy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need them too.
Okay.
The rest of them are all over different parts of the world, but the other thing is that I don't know how many of the... She looks over at Tetsu and Tatsu. She looks over at Tatsu. How many of the kids found their matches today?
Like 20? By the way, on the subject of you asking me, hey, hand me something, make it easy. Vampire and upgraded skag baby lady. 2 weeks of extended time in another plane. So, there you go.
Thank you. She looks over at... She's like, I need to get all of the remains put out on the flat, and I need any one of the ones who can actually raise the dead to help me raise the dead.
Yeah.
She looks over at Mariana. I need you to talk to your mom about getting the souls back. And I need you to tell your mother that there is an increase of births, I think, that are based on the ley lines for changelings.
Yeah.
Is that something that's happening? You would know from the death take as well.
I mean, as far as the math of how likely it is that changeling spawn come out of normal mortals, that is by itself just like sample size of one person. Magically speaking, not even genetically speaking, the magical mathematics there, even with increased fertility rates and everything from previous reports with Amora and more recently you, it's like one in every 800,000 changelings. Period.
Yes, but in our world right now, as it handles, we've already found 2 of them that are born in the same year, which means the chances of it are higher than usual.
Yeah. Could it be because one half of the new love goddess is a changeling?
It could also be they were both born on the same ley line.
That too. Ley lines do extend through the planet.
And it just so happened to be a love ley line, which transcending time and space. Nicodemus is a love god us, so it would make sense.
Looks over at Nick.
Yeah, that's it.
We need to check on this. See if the scientist is using it to their advantage.
Oh, because if we know about it, they know about the book.
That's right.
Shit.
If those people are hags, if the hag is involved and she's doing this, they're tastier than normal humans.
Oh, that's not good. Ooh, that's not good.
The death count could be higher than we're expecting. And dead spirits, whether angry, don't die.
They turn into revenants and shit.
While you sit sort of steadily concerned with this, Innsmouth, the ever cautious, 14, 15-year-old boy,
With his big crow, yes.
approaches
Raven
you.
boy.
Is Hope seeing anybody?
Hmm?
Is Hope seeing anybody?
She's like, what, 6?
She's older than that now.
Hope is not seeing anyone.
I thought she was like 6, but she was originally 4 2 years ago.
She's one of the age accelerants.
She had age accelerates because she was one of the earlier births.
Okay.
It's to protect them. But Hope is not accelerating any further, from what I remember.
And
Other
just
than,
remind me, in case I need to backtrack and not make this creepy. What age is she right now?
She's 14 right now.
Right, okay, so it's fine.
She's still into dolls and Barbies, and she hasn't really accelerated mentally sometimes, but a lot of it has.
Do I have your permission to start talking to her? I think you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but thank you for asking. Ask your dad.
Dad's right here.
Don't fuck it up or you'll wish you were still stuck with those vampires.
She's meaner than a lot of people. And I've never seen somebody call me a poopy head and me feel bad about it.
Sometimes you are a bit of a poopy head. No, I'm kidding.
I almost saw your death there for a second.
She's one of the few
Go ahead.
other kids here. She's one of the few kids here that can actually get me to smile. So
Oh.
I figured if I'd talk to anyone, it'd be don't hit me if it doesn't pan out.
I have a question. Did you see a flash when the rain started?
He's normally pretty reserved. But in this, you can pretty easily read he's trying to measure how to respond.
What Mama's magic does. Friends and Dad's magic does that. So if you saw it, what's slow?
I don't want to take it past talking for a little while, because I know magically she's physically closer to me in age, but
Mentally, she's not.
mentally it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna start talking to her very soon. I'm just...
If you saw it, she saw it. And she's probably doing the same exact thing you are doing. Trying to figure out how to place it. She saw it when she was born and she didn't remember it probably until today. That's how the magic works.
I know it's still daytime. Can I go into my room with the necklace and think about this?
Of course you can go in your room in the necklace. I'm not going to say no.
You roll an insight check for me.
Okay. Can I get a D20 the first time I reach in a bag, please? I know it's a bunch of circles, but your brains are making me hurt. 19 plus 11. For insight.
30. 30 is the DC for a nearly impossible check, which much easier to read than that level of insight would provide, but you can tell he's conflicted. There's a mix of hopefulness and excitement, but a very clearly present fear and hesitation. And it's a concern about whether the feelings are wrong, and it's you can basically pick through and read the avalanche of mixture of emotions that he's dealing with.
He puts her hand on his head. When she was born, I hope. First of all, she was supposed to be a changeling. She wasn't supposed to be what she is now. When you're... It's over there. Go find it. When she was born, she got to see a glimpse of who she would be with. And because she's not like Tatsu or the others, where they have full recognition or resolution on what they're supposed to find, it's not been easy for her. She gets mad, she falls into puppy love and gets angry. So I don't know what she saw in her vision. She keeps talking about hands. But without seeing the person's face.
Right. Can you close off my room from being able to see out? I get distracted when there's too many things to see and hear. It's hard to think.
You know, she puts her forehead against him. You know how to do that. You speak to someone else who's much more powerful sometimes.
Okay.
It's up to you how visual you want your room to be to the outside world. That's how the room works. But if you saw it in the rains, it's not for no reason. She's also far older mentally in some ways than the others are. That's why she says such odd things.
Still, I need to think.
Of course you need to think. You gotta think how you do your things correctly. Actually, you've probably talked to your dad about that a little bit more.
Yeah, well.
Later, we have to resurrect people.
Later, I've got to go take and resurrect like half the people just like you.
Okay.
We're gonna have more people in this house very shortly, and I'm hoping that they'll offshoot some more over there. But we do need them to come through the door to at least check and see bad or not bad. So I might need you on sweep duty later, not now.
Right. Okay.
I'll be on sweep duty. I like getting ashes. They turn into great paint.
I'm gonna pop into the necklace.
Okay, then you do that. And where's your raven?
He unfurls his coat, and the raven crawls out of the shadows of it, not dissimilar to how Leon crawls out of bags of holding. It seems he's taken some time to enchant his jacket.
Okay, good. She pets him. You go spend time with him and help him out, okay?
Gwah.
She puts him back in the necklace.
And as he zooms in, flying out in that exact same second from your necklace is Hope.
Oh. Nick, can you pick her up so we can talk and walk?
Nah, do better. Mom?
Yes.
Can I go for a weekend with Grandpa Ryu in Ormer?
Would you like to tell me
some
why?
weird age problems.
I think she thinks the mental and physical age gap is bad.
I will call your grandmother right now as you walk with me. But you have to walk with me because I've got to get all these. I need you to carry. She hands her a bag. I need you to carry this bag. Don't look in the bag.
Piper is already pulling out the Fae phone.
Sounds good because he did he left this in my room, and she holds up what amounts to be a homemade Barovian Victorian doll that, to the best of his ability, is an approximation of a Barbie doll. As colorful as he could manage with the limited palette he has experience with, it looks like it's something Wednesday Addams would try to approximate as, like, this is what normal girls play with, right? And disgusted at it the entire time. But you can tell that there's deliberate care put into the design there, but it's still someone who's not well practiced at making anything like that.
Oh, you want to know something that's different between you and Alex? Alex is very smart. Alex is very advanced. Yes, awesome. Great, awesome.
Alex is already coupled. Alex is now 3 Alexes, and Alex is
currently cooing and walking around. Yes, I understand. And one of them is currently reading about a book about vampires right now as well, considering all of the vampires.
I'm conflicted between 3 states, and he's just split into 3 states.
I'm about to talk to you about that. Can you look at me? You said if you're walking and talking.
Do I get a hold of Kimiko?
Cute. What do I do about that? I don't know what to do about that. I'm confused.
Do I get a hold of Kimiko on the Fae phone?
Hold on. I'll talk to Kimiko in a minute. Or I
We're gonna resurrect.
call my
people, right?
grandmother. What is your issue with the age gap? Because you are smarter than half of my children, and that
Physically, we're
includes
there.
the adults.
Physically, we're there.
Mhm.
Mentally, sometimes I'm there, and sometimes I'm way past him.
When you
Realistically, I'm
see,
3.
she puts her forehead on it first. You've been far past a lot of my kids. But you are the most like your mommy.
For myself, I think I need to have the lived experience to justify where my mind's at.
You want to meet him halfway.
I want to meet him on his level, not halfway.
If you get up to where you're at right now, you're going to be past him. So right now you're meeting him somewhere mid between.
I'm not trying to match it fully to. I'm trying to meet on his level.
Okay. I'm going to say this because you have never understood this. You are accelerated mentally compared to the other children.
I know.
You're like your mom. And it makes us different. And it makes us unique. I know that you want the etiquette that I have right now so you can charm him off his feet because that's kind of how he is. I get it.
I don't think he needs me to learn etiquette because he already gets. He blushes. There's color that shows up on his face when he looks at me. He gets color.
Yes, just like he does whenever I ask him what new kind of clothes he wants to wear, considering he has no idea.
He's like young teen Gomez Adams, all soulless and pale, and then he gets color on his face when I'm nearby.
So be his Morticia.
No.
She's crazy.
I mean, not what I mean. You know what
I am not Mariana. She's great. I'm not Mariana. I'm not gonna try and.
Not what I meant.
Yeah, I know.
I know that
want to
we're
have enough backlog of memory to justify the level on which I can already understand the world.
If I send you away, it may make him sad.
And if that vision holds any weight, then I trust him to wait for me.
It's gonna be 2 days his time.
How about you do me a favor? How about you... He made you a doll.
Yeah.
How about you make something in return before you go?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
I did have a Tem help me hide it, though, so it might take a while. Might take a long while. Actually, I need to go find a Tem. Make sure that he actually put it somewhere findable.
He's supposed to be here with me putting these people back together, so just stay with me for a little while. Now she pulls out her payphone and literally calls Kimiko, considering she knows it might be nighttime.
I thought I was on hold. I figured I was just on hold because they might have been busy.
Considering it is armor.
Do I finally get out of the busy signals?
You do, which, oddly enough, busy signal for dragons just sounds like falling coins.
Hey,
Well, that's starting to give me a headache. Hello, Kimiko. Here you go. Here I go.
Well, hello
so,
there.
I put it on the front of her face as she's walking and talking and laying out these bones. So, I need you and Mom to do something for me.
Oh?
I am sending my daughter to you because she wants to grow up.
Usually a parent sends someone to their grandparents because they need their kid to grow up.
So, Innsmouth told me that he liked her. And so she told me that he liked him. But she's only 3.
Technically speaking.
Technically, yes.
So,
She wants more than 3 years of memories.
I'm thinking on her birthday that you come get her.
When's her birthday again?
2 days from now?
2 days from now. How about this?
No, on the 7th.
How about
Today's
this?
the 4th. 3 days.
How about this? We could come get her now. And when we bring her back, it'll be on her birthday, adding a marker to her getting older.
It'll help. She just doesn't feel like she has any type of memories. No. And I can't stop right now in order to give her as much as I would like to. And you and Mom right now can.
I want you to understand this. You're not replacing you. But I would recommend, and Zeus can teach you how, send a simulacrum with her.
I want
and
you
you
to
can have
teach her how
Zeus
to...
tap into its memories after we're done.
I want you to have my dad teach her Mochizuki speak.
Okay.
And I want her to show you what happens when you sing it.
Okay.
Well, that'll be delightful, Piper says as she's laying out more bones.
Send a simulacrum along. That way it's still you and you can absorb those memories when it gets back.
Okay. I'm just nervous. I'll send one.
It'll be some time you can spend actually one-on-one with one of your children, raising her.
We might have to do this for a couple of them.
I think Nick can share in those memories too.
I'll also have him send one too. He's able to make at least 2 more than I can make right now, considering the magic I use.
Sounds like a plan.
I will also be sending my child who literally decided to run off.
Jamie? Yes,
and her lover. And her other lover.
Wait, no,
because I can't have them running off again, and I need Dad to explain it to them.
Understood.
Do you want me to go grab them real quick?
Yes, no, they can hear me. They're mentally attached to me. We already know that they're leaving.
Piper is just laying out more bones, going, the leg bone's connected to the thigh bone.
But there may not be the same one, Piper. There may not be the same DNA. You're just gonna have to lay them out all individually, and the ones that are actually, that part of them will snap too. I'm gonna go and see if I can get either Xanon to help me with this. I need more stores of magic than just mine. For this. Because I can do mass resurrection, but I'm going to either need Aurelia, who also might want to go with her. She's going to summon Aurelia.
Hey, Mom.
Hey. So, how weird was it today at school?
Remind me, how old is Aurelia right now?
14.
Right. Weird.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
A bunch of kids threw me into a closet after I made a snow angel.
Who did you make a snow angel with?
Piper is just batting at, like, has hands on the hips, the mom look.
Come on.
I am a big dragon horse girl person.
Mm-hmm.
And I figured I would try my hand at
What?
I heard Aunt Lillian say this, taming a stallion. She looks across the room toward one of the sort of younger teenaged centaurs that you adopted.
I have seen your red thread image. That was not on your bargain.
What did you see? Just the hand? Just the hoof?
I know exactly who you're supposed to be with. Out of all the kids, I'm the one that knows you the most.
Who is it? Did I misfire?
Hold on. No, you didn't misfire. Why do you get 2?
I get, well, hold on. I get 2?
You get 2.
Who's the other one?
You get to find out later.
It's got big teeth and gets really angry when it's mad.
A dragon?
Think bigger.
Oh, Tarask!
It gets really angry when it gets mad.
That
Like
was
me.
redundant.
I think she
Like,
said
it can break a world when it gets mad. It can break a world.
It's really mean. I think is what she meant to say.
I'm sorry, we're talking to children.
So one to match my
You know
vibe
what I
and one
mean.
to match my size?
I guess.
I guess.
Neat.
Oh, my knee.
You know that I'm gonna have to send you away so you can kind of grow up a little bit before you make that decision, right?
Yeah, also, him making a snow angel was crazy to see. I don't think even centaurs are supposed to be able to bend like that. You might want to check and see if he's okay, because I think I heard popping, like a lot of popping.
Are we meaning literal snow angels?
Look at my mom and you tell me.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain it to me like I'm 5 because I'm lost.
She gives birth to celestials, and I'm closer to 5 than you. Also, yes, they existed for like 30 seconds, and it was crazy. There was pink snow cherubs.
I'm gonna have to go talk to my son in a minute, but I'm gonna talk to you first. You're gonna go with your grandmother. You're gonna go with Hope.
To do what?
I Y'all are gonna stay in Ormer for 2 days. 3
Like
days.
2 days, or
Like Ormer 2 days, like long days.
why?
What do you think?
But that means I'll be gone for like ever.
Okay,
You're gonna be gone for almost. You're
you'll be
gone
gone for, okay, so you will be gone for 3 material days, which means you'll be gone for 3 or more years.
Right.
That's not forever, trust me.
At my proportionate age, it is.
Which is why you're going.
What? But what if? But what if?
What if I get in danger?
What if I say no?
Ooh.
Do you or do you not want to date the centaur?
They have really good ears.
Looks over Nicodemus. Nicodemus, I need the law laid down, please. Because I'm not good at laying
You
down
are
the law.
going so that you don't break that boy.
Piper's just like, maybe because
Right now, at your mental age, you are naive and too naive to understand where to limit yourself.
Ooh, I should go check on him, sure tonight, if he had a lot of puppy.
You should do that.
That'd be good.
Do that.
Go check on the boy.
Go do
I'm gonna
that.
Go check on him. And she
You
exits.
okay with this?
Hmm?
You're gonna go. I don't like being away from you either.
I've never been
Away from mom for less than an hour.
As she's leaving, there'll be simulacrum.
It's not the same. It's just
Yes, it
you,
is
but
just
snow.
We both said that.
Angel tries not to laugh.
In other words, it's a snow angel.
Nice.
So we've come full circle.
That doesn't make
So you're
it
gonna
better,
go.
Dad. Yes, it does, and you know it.
So yes or no?
It's just a simulation of you.
Okay.
A perfect simulation which you can absorb the memories of.
I can absorb the memories of.
Not to mention, if she chose, she can take direct control over.
Mommy is going to be spending as much time as she can over there with you. It's going to drive her brain absolutely crazy.
Oh, love. Thought.
Mm.
Maybe you can connect while you're dreaming, because time naturally stretches while we're asleep anyway.
You can try that.
Yeah. Make a persuasion check with
Okay.
advantage, because Nick absolutely offered assistance.
Thank God. 16.
Plus your
16.
20-something or other.
23. 23. What's 23?
She stomps her foot, which, as she does, shakes the house, because she is merely a polymorphed, full-on, full-sized Kirin. Fine.
I'm letting you know, if you whine, and if you act like that, the chamois can stay with me.
Your pet can stay with Mommy.
It's not fair?
Yes, but I would prefer a dog not to be eaten by a dragon.
Given your previous 30-something persuasion check, she relents with defiant and absolutely juvenile, angry tears in her eyes. Fine.
Then we can go with you. I am not letting the centaur go because I don't have as much reign over him yet.
Was that pun intended?
No.
Itchy.
I'll go. Fine.
These new kids are unruly and are hard for Mommy to handle.
Fine.
I can't say that he won't run off with you when he will come back.
It's a centaur. The whole thing they do is run.
That's my point. During this war, I need you. And you know that. So I will make a deal with you. When you get back, you can have your pick of something from Trivinius's shop. And a new dress from Urkbrock of your choice.
Two dresses.
3, and we'll call it a deal.
In negotiating, aren't you
but
supposed to
is
go
the
down like
Minotaur-
1.5?
Is the centaur gonna wait that long?
It's only 2 days.
Yeah, it's only 2 days in that. Never time.
In Ormer, it's hyperbolic time chamber rules.
Yeah.
So, considering that you've been wearing the same dress for a couple of weeks, and you didn't tell me that you outgrew the last one? Yes.
Three dresses and I get to go makeup shopping.
We'll discuss the makeup.
3 dresses and I get to go makeup shopping.
We'll discuss the makeup.
Discuss what kind?
We'll discuss it when you get back.
I need a yes or no, Mom. She stamps her
We'll
foot and
discuss it
lays
when you
down
get
a circle of truth. Roll me an intelligence save.
Oh my god, I'm 6.
Vinestra said, "Sent you the natural rolls, Joe."
I see him.
6 plus 10. Six plus 10.
6 plus 10. 16.
We'll discuss it when you get back.
Make a persuasion check.
Itchy.
That's a 17 plus 23.
So 40.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
Okay. Here's
She
my other
scrapes
negotiation.
her foot across the stone floor, breaking the circle of truth. Fine.
Okay, here's the secondary part. We need to discuss the rat's nest of your hair, and you're gonna have to start combing your hair.
Do you want makeup? You're gonna have to comb your hair.
I don't like how combs feel.
I get that. Maybe your grandma can find a solution while you're in Ormer.
Maybe she can just cut off all my hair and I can start over. I'll be there for 3 years.
Do you want to keep the dog or not? All you need to do is have him run off the edge. He doesn't have. You can't fly.
Physically shakes with just reticence and want to physically lash out and brat more, but like she's caught in a verbal corner.
Or do I get to keep the corgi puppy with me this time?
No.
Considering
Fine. I'll go.
Thank you.
Meanie.
They just got wings. You're gonna have to keep an eye on them because they're a predatory object. That's your responsibility.
Any dragon would be dumb to fight me.
Do not start a fight with the big eternal dragon that lives on that island. Do not fight. You have to pinky promise me that you will not start a fight with him. You do not have the years on him. She pinky promises her daughter. I will bring you. Better not have had your fingers crossed.
No.
Or you can forget about the makeup.
I didn't have my fingers crossed.
Better not have your toes crossed.
I don't.
Or your claws crossed.
I don't.
Or your hair crossed.
I can't help that part.
She looks over her shoulder, just petting her daughter's hair. I am going to miss you.
Finally, not verbally bratting, she latches onto you and squeeze hugs you with a desperate urgency and connection.
You will
Can
never
even
be
feel from
far
that
from me.
some part of her knows this isn't a punishment, strictly speaking.
If you want to come sleep with mommy at night, you can.
Promise.
I promise. Then Dad and I will make space for you in that bed, considering it can be made out of dust, something warm, or something cold. You get to choose. What do you want it made out of? Sand is an option.
Snow.
Our bed is open to you. And when you come home, you can sleep and have a sleepover with Mom. How about that?
Okay.
On your birthday, you can have whatever you want.
Okay.
Now I have to go see if... I don't want to do Tetsu and Tatsu right now, or Tetsu and Persephone right now. They're not even past the age of 5, and they're growing normally.
Yeah, right now, given the clock. Let's get to the resurrection.
Yeah. Yeah. she looks over and asks Venestra if she wants to help in this resurrection stuff. She's gonna interrupt Brush after she's gonna knock on the door very, very timidly. Venestra, are you by any chance in there?
She's in something.
Oh, okay.
Heck.
Quoth the Brush from beyond the doorway.
Venestra said. Venestra would begrudgingly get up and open the door, her hair down. Yes.
Would you like to help with the resurrection? If not, I can let you go back to what you're doing.
Very well. Let me get dressed.
As long as she makes it quick so that something else can come back to life. You killed it.
I'll give her an aphrodisiac to bring back.
Deal.
You know what? I'll just give it to you now. She hands him the water.
Briefly changes face to yours. Thank you, saying it in your voice before switching back to the form.
Oh my god, so crazy! She looks over Nick. I'm creeped out. I'm creeped out. Creeped out.
What's wrong with that? And he wears your face for a second and pulls it back.
Ah, it's so creepy. And am I wearing my own face?
I want to be the only one wearing my face.
He briefly mentally connects with you. Nick mentally connects with you, Avery. When Angel and I come back out to the main hall, I need you to wear her face for a sec.
Oh my god!
That, for once, is a mental note that you do not catch Angel, as he specifically blocks it out from your connection.
That's not okay.
100%.
She looks over at Piper. How is the centaur doing?
Well,
Roll a
I
medicine
left
check.
to go check with the centaur.
As you approach this strapping young centaur man, again, centaur in his teens, but centaurs being centaurs, still incredibly well built and well toned.
Venestra said. Vi would get cleaned up donning her armor rather quickly to join Angel.
Nice.
Good.
So medicine check it is.
Yes. Hold on. I grab my dice. Is an 18 plus an 18.
18 plus an 18.
Kissing on the cat. Or the dog.
Leave me
So,
Alan.
looking over the
Not happy I'm
centaur,
holding him.
you are noting exactly what Aurelia mentioned. The popping, the shifting. However, he doesn't seem to remark or note any pain, nor does there seem to be any expression of bruising of any kind. And you catch something that's rare enough in normal mortals, and damn near impossible in a centaur. This centaur has in his entire skeleton joint hypermobility syndrome.
He has EDS. Feel so
What?
sorry for.
What's that? I mean, I can bend
Ehlers-Danlos.
everything every way. Is that what that is? I've always been able
Yes.
to do that.
Yeah, most centaurs can't.
Yeah, look, I can turn my arm and my elbow backwards, and he just.
Okay. Please don't do that. The more okay, I'm going to let you in on this. The more you do that, the more you're going to be fucked up when you're older. When you're older, your joints are going to decide, in possibly less than 10 years, if you keep doing that, to go, fuck you, I don't want to work anymore.
Sounds like an older me problem. So right now,
She needs
That's very
a
much
regimen of workouts to do so he can still do his little funny quirks, but he won't have as much issues when he's older. Essentially a treatment plan.
you know, it's a wild thing when someone literally sees a centaur bend over backwards. Look,
I hear
and
it.
full on, almost curling himself into an O, like a centaur doing an exorcism bend should not happen.
Okay.
Hey,
No, that should not. Okay.
I can smell my own ass.
Piper kind of links over to Angel, or to Piccolo to link to Angel because Piper can't reach that far yet.
In other words, the stats on the centaur or his dexterity are just 20.
Love, could you please ask Angel if there's any sort of like, I guess the our equivalent of a physical therapist, because this boy needs it.
I don't need therapy.
She says this mentally to Piccolo. To ask
Angel. You like talking to Zeus, considering he does physical therapy? He has to, considering what he sleeps with.
I'm sorry. I just got an image of this big ass blonde centaur acting as a chiropractor, just with 2 fingers on somebody's back. Now I need you to take a deep breath.
Actually, when you have ADS, chiropractics are the bomb.
Yeah.
But also, you're a difficult patient for chiropractors because you are so bendy.
I love challenge.
So does Angel say that to Piccolo to say to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So she writes out the regiment. Give this to Zeus. You know Zeus, correct?
Grandpa.
Yeah, I know him.
Take this to him.
He was really shocked when he picked me up one time and I went lanky like a ferret.
So here's a question. I want you to ask this child in front of you right now. She's basically hand this back to Piccolo. If he would like to go visit his grandpa Ryu, who's far more militant than Zeus is.
I'm sorry, do I have discipline problems? I'm confused. I'm a bit snarky.
No. You need physical therapy to make sure that you don't destroy your body by the time you're 30.
I'm going to roll an intelligence check for him real quick, because part of this resilience is literally just he prefers woodsy wisdom over refined awareness of the world around him.
Can I touch him and give him guidance just in case? That's an extra D4 for
With
him.
a 17 minus 3, it's still a 14, still above the baseline 10. Okay, all right. I get it. Everybody seems concerned. I'll see what's up. Okay, would everybody feel better with that?
Just gives him the pamphlet. Give that to Rio when you get there. Do it twice a week.
I can barely read this, but sure.
Piper has great handwriting. Oh my god, what are you talking about? We rolled for that. Piper has immaculate handwriting. She
and
doesn't
he's
have
still
doctor's
saying
credit.
that he can barely read it.
He can't read.
Passes along to Piccolo to pass Angel. Tell Rio to teach him how to read while you're at it.
No. Let me be clear.
Can you see?
The letters are mixing up, and it's a little blurry.
Okay. Piccolo, that's a you thing.
He's got dyslexia.
No! What did you just... You
I'm
know
letting you...
what I'm talking about!
She whispers over to Piper. She's like, I can teach him.
Okay, go here. Okay.
Centaur with glasses. That's hilarious. Sounds like he needs it.
Dyslexia does not mean you need glasses.
Right, but he also said they were blurry.
That means he's farsighted, not nearsighted.
It's not necessarily true.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes it could also just mean you have no sight. And you have to wear trifocals.
Just. How far is he from me right now, Joe?
Because we're probably
If you've been
walking back.
approaching him, not that far. Otherwise, he's like maybe 10 feet across the room.
Make him stop for a minute.
We're gonna stop.
She's gonna hold up a letter from across the room. Can you read this letter? This is a bee that's just sitting in the high part of her head.
Q?
Alright, so we need to go take him to the skag that does optometry.
She brings him a book with smaller print and walks up to him, and I want you to read me the smallest line you can read right there.
Second from the top is the smallest he can read.
Okay, so we got both situations.
Okay, I'm gonna go find Griffin, because he's the one who knows the optometrist skag, yes?
This optometrist is down the hall. All my kid has to do is go down the hall.
By the way, with this as well, Piper, I will allow you to make a second medicine check.
Okay, make sure it's not a surgery problem. Shit. There goes. That was a nat 20 by falling off the table, falling onto a box, falling onto the floor flat. Nat 20 plus 18.
It's the anniversary stream.
No, like it continuously rolled the whole.
Regardless of how he's contorting, even if he's standing straight, there's a bit of muscle tension that's consistently present in his neck. That's a vertebrae that's sticking out.
Ooh.
And based off of what finite knowledge you have of just general vertebrates for the central nervous system, let alone centaurs, where that vertebrae is and where that's bunched up, especially around that area, it might actively be fucking with his optical nerve. And if that were to get bent the wrong way, it could straight up blind him. And if it were to shift out of the way, with probably not too severe of intervention, could paralyze him.
Can I judge how well my chiropractic skills are?
Looking at that and where it's placed, and how it's misplaced, that looks like that is suffused vertebrae, that suffused in the wrong direction. That is not something that could be corrected specifically with chiropractics.
I need you to not do anything with your neck. I'm going to need to do surgery.
Not do anything with my neck like you...
Don't do your crazy bendy shit. You crazy bendy shit, you go blind.
Or paralyzed.
Okay.
I can do like a 180 with my neck, like halfway,
No,
3/4 of the way through that.
Grabs
Things
his head.
get a lot blurrier.
No.
Nick, do me a big favor.
This kid is as obtuse as he is going to roll an insight.
I'm touching his face.
Yeah.
So guidance.
Question: am I near this
Absolutely.
happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just cast sleep on the fucker?
That might work. But I'm probably gonna
By all
be
means,
like,
how many hit die do you have for sleep?
I hate when it does that.
How many hit die do you have use of for your sleep spell?
I'm
Yeah.
getting there. I'm gonna
Yeah.
cast it at. Let's go with 6.
Piper's just holding his head
Absolute overkill. This kid is level 0. He has a whopping total of 8 HP.
Yeah, so it's gonna be.
Slight, just okay.
You've seen people, even horses, crumple the way this kid. It's like a slinky going down. It is weird.
Piper's just like, oh.
5 that's an that means that's all. Even if I got all ones.
Yeah.
Vinestra said, Vi would go to support the asleep centaur. So who is this flexible centaur, and what does he have to do with resurrecting some changelings?
He was supposed to be here just that way when he and a couple of other of Angel's children went to go have a 3-year stint in Orimer. He was supposed to be doing physical therapy, but it looks like I need to do surgery. Because if that neck bends the wrong way, he's gonna go blind, and if it bends wrong the other way, he's gonna die.
No, he'll be paralyzed.
Paralyzed, die.
That is minor enough that I won't necessarily make a big thing out of it, and it can just be a simple medicine check to correct later, after the resurrection stuff.
Let's resurrect first.
But yes, he is absolutely asleep.
Oh, he's out. Yeah. even his tongue is rolling out. And
giggles, I want to see.
I don't know how many kids you've scared the fear of you into.
What do you mean?
But I need you to scare the fear of you into this child.
Which you?
She looks over at Nicodemus. That's what she says to him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's out, so I could jump into his head and be a night terror.
No, wait until he's awake. This is more of a physical situation.
Kid's mouth hangs open and full-on horse tongue rolls out of his human-faced mouth.
I was 22 hit points, by the way. Just
oh yeah, absolute overkill. You can roll that back to like a first level casting if you need to, man. Seriously.
No, it was a first level casting. I casted it as first level.
Yeah.
He goes outside and
told
says
me
over.
that he only had 8 hit points. I casted it at first level.
She looks over at Mariana. You ready?
Yes. Yes.
Is your little brother ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
The little brother comes up with the small ghost puppy.
He's got a horse face. He's got a long horse face.
Yeah.
That's his mask. He's got a mask.
It's not a mask. It is his head.
You told me that it was a mask.
No.
Okay.
I never said it was a mask. That is straight up his face.
Okay, you ready to go?
Yes.
We're going to bring
Where
these
are
people
we
back,
going?
okay?
Oh, we're bringing people back. From like a party?
No, from like your mama's house.
So it's a party.
It is a party, but it's a life party, not a death party.
Death parties are they're. You should go.
I've been to 3.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to drink the punch.
No, you're not. I'll make you your own punch. How about that? And you don't have to share with anybody.
Yes.
He's gonna make some big old thing of horchata for himself, so he don't have to share with nobody.
Which, as he says that elongated yes, you swear you hear the voices of like thousands of disembodied, chaotic toddlers come through his throat as he says that.
She looks over. Is your mom gonna come, Mariana? She's on her way.
She's already here.
Okay, good.
She's always already here.
I know.
People die every day.
I know. She like looks at half of her people that are like.
You guys want to meet death? She calls back into the rest of the house.
Venestra's gonna meet death today. Avery, do you want to meet Hulda 6? Or are you good?
One of the gods that I
I'm
really would like to see
good.
work for that doesn't have it.
I want to take a nap.
You don't want to meet death? You don't know
No,
when this child moved, but she is right up in your face. Veil still over her face, as she is.
You are just as bad as Adam. Come here.
I got inspired.
Stop creeping him out. I'm gonna put you all on grounding just because you keep trying to creep out. Ah!
Everybody gets their turn, and he hasn't seen me without the veil. Although, I'm sorry, do you want to see your death? Because I can just lift this thing up, and then you're kind of forced to see it. Some
But he has
people
a rule.
like it.
Some people like it, but some people are not.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see it.
Now, let's be clear, it's one of a number of possibilities, but as she apparently gets permission, she lifts up the veil, and your world goes cold for a moment.
And how do I die?
A disease that cracked skin long since progressed up your body, covering your body like scales. Cracked in places, freely bleeding from a number of the cracks. You find it so hard to breathe. It's made its way inside of your body, over your lungs, every breath tearing more of your insides.
Oh.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Choking on your own blood. No one around to hear you breathe your last.
I can read his mind.
That part's not quite right. Where's Echo?
She's staring off into space because she was right next to you when that girl lifted up her veil.
So I'm getting two stories.
Weirdly?
Down, please,
The
Mariana.
unfortunate one is you catch her just kind of walking along a catwalk in some ancient human ruin. And she falls into a pit. Something breaks and she can't move. And a bunch of what appear to be undead swine rush her before things go black.
Okay, I don't need to see this anymore, Mariana. Please put the veil down.
Sorry, that was meant for one. Are you okay? You are, nah, gonna have nightmares about that for the rest of my life. Because you are connected with Aiko, you saw that as well, Avery.
Oh, God. Okay. So
it's agreed. We're gonna do our best to not let that come to pass. Okay?
Okay.
Disease or zombie pig feed? Choices. But again, that's only one of many possibilities.
Mariana.
What's up?
Death by Snoo Snoo is much more preferable.
I didn't see any of those.
Mariana. My love, my sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, death of my heart. Please, let's
You
go
have
outside.
no idea.
Oh my God. Stop.
Deal with that, though. Avery's gonna go take a nap.
But anyway, we're gonna
tries to get
do
to
the
that.
opposite of what people see when they look at my face. So yeah. You know what's funny? I'm kind of like Medusa. People freeze up for a bit when they actually look at me, right?
Mariana.
What?
My love.
Mhm.
My sweet.
Yeah.
Am I gonna have to teach you about decorum again with that?
No.
Thank you.
I am compensating. Last night was rough. I'll talk to you about it later. Let's revive some people.
Last night was rough.
I still have to do it every now and then, Mom.
Do what?
Reap.
So you knew who killed me?
Hmm?
You knew who killed Nick.
What?
You know who killed Nix.
I wasn't around for that one. And, beholders go to the abyss when they die.
Explains a lot.
So,
Oh, poor Nix.
he came back. Got that figured out.
Probably all complaining in like 16 different languages because he gets mad when that happens.
Yeah. I mean, you went to that lair. You saw where all of those things were. They're
didn't
born
go.
there, too.
I didn't go.
I was talking to Aunt Piper, but I appreciate it, Mama.
Well, I'm gonna go stand past the threshold of the door with the dustpan.
Hey, you want to see under my veil?
A dustpan and a broom. No, Nix turns around through the door. Like,
Okay,
no,
that was me
I'm-
messing around. Let's go revive people.
Your other mother is going to be so pissed off. You keep doing that, and it's scaring the crap out of people.
She's already angry, actually.
Why?
And I'll talk about it later.
How about you tell me now?
We got a
Positive attitude. We're reviving people. Let's stick with that for now.
How about you tell me before... How about you give me the bad news first, and then we'll get the good news. She puts her head on her daughter's forehead. Floating up. Because her daughter's much taller than her.
Piper just inserted the door
Make a
with her
persuasion check with
dustpan and a broom.
disadvantage.
Persuasion check with disadvantage? What?
She very rarely gets closed off about this.
Yeah. She doesn't close off for me, so this is kind of new. This is a whole new world that I did not sign up for. That would be a 16 plus 23. Come on. There's nothing I can't make better.
Big Mama found out that instead of reaping somebody, I didn't want them to die. So I put him into a coma instead. And then apparently she found out yesterday because apparently he woke up. He wasn't supposed to be able to. I don't know how. He was basically dead, and I pumped in enough magic to make sure that he stayed alive even while he was comatose.
Piper yells from the door, "Sorry about that!"
What's Auntie Piper's doing? Okay. I have a question. Could the soul have been saved? Was he old enough to live longer?
No, the soul was starting to turn vengeful inside of the living body. Which is what happens when a soul doesn't go on and starts to turn undead, but it's inside of a living body, so it was just poisoning him.
So you had to go and reap it anyway?
I had to do more than that because it gets worse when it starts turning.
When they're undead.
So she's angry at me.
Okay.
He was getting abused by his parents, and all the six said that it was his release, it was his freedom, and I figured him going into a coma, them leaving and forgetting about him, that was a freedom too, and at least that way he'd be left in a dream of better things, and then maybe somebody could find him and give him a better life. But no, it was his time apparently, and she yelled at me for hours about how heaven's better than just a dream where your soul's rotting away.
How old was he? How
8.
old was he? Where was he? Mariana, we're about to bring back a lot of little kids.
He was this poor Ursunite bearfolk from Koraz. Panda boy.
Oh. Okay. If I make a deal.
It was his time, and I was just making it worse for him. She even had me look into his dreams, and apparently your dreams turn into unending nightmares if your soul's starting to rot, and it was just, his dreams were worse than his life was by the time
I got that. Look at me. When it gets hard like that, I want you to contact me. You have a faith phone for a reason. When it gets hard like that, you're supposed to call me, right?
I was afraid you'd yell at me just like she did.
Why would I yell at you?
You wouldn't have been wrong to. She wasn't. I was.
Why would I yell at you? If you'd have called me the first night when she asked you to read them.
Hurt him.
I would have brought him here. The difference between Hall 6 and me is I can do something about it and she can't. There are rules. What happens when I get around a child?
You have the chance to save them.
What does your mom have a chance to do?
Save them in a different way.
That's right. So which one did you want? You have 2 moms.
I wanted to try to be more like you.
Let me put it to you this way. This is what the benefit that you have right now. You have the benefit of a mom who will save them, and you have a benefit of a mom that will save them in a different way. And you will know in your heart which one they need. Right?
Couldn't bring him to you because it didn't feel right.
Did you bring me the body?
No.
Then I need the body. I'll make a deal with your mom.
You'll have to ask her
puts her
about
hand
the
up.
body.
I'll ask her about it. It'll be mine. And I'll talk to the boy. I can feel it. She takes a handful of the snow and she puts it in her daughter's hand. You hold on to that for him.
Let's revive some changelings.
Mm-hmm.
Do some actual good for a little bit, and then...
I'll do some good for you. Just give us a minute. Me and Piper will figure it out, okay?
I'm ready for changeling dust, she says inside, holding a broom and a dustpan.
Okay, Vanessa, we're gonna bring these people back. She starts making a big circle and doing the same exact thing she had done before. We're gonna use Mochizuki runes this time, sweet love.
Okay. She goes from that immediate kind of like lost in guilt emotional spiral to locked in work mode, laying down runes with the efficiency of an almost unfeelingness of a machine, yet still delicate in what she's doing.
She looks at all of her loved children and she says, I want you to sing these runes in Celestial. I want you to sing them like a song. And we're going to bring them back together, okay? Like Amora used to do it.
They all nod, confirm, say yes, Mom, say yes, Mommy, variations of all of that.
I'm gonna bring back all of our warriors on this side, and all of the changelings on this side. There are burial grounds. I'm going to need Tatsu to find the burial grounds.
Already did, Mom. You were at it for a while with Dad. It gave me some time.
Okay, good.
Falling. Sorry, my mouse was.
You'd be amazed what you could do with 2 hours when everybody is distracted for those 2 hours. And I mean everybody.
Sorry. She looks over at Nick and starts blushing. And then she looks over at Piper and she nods and she starts singing the Mochizuki script out loud because I've never heard it. But she sings it in the celestial way of talking.
Piper's just like, sing song is celestial.
What happens?
So, as they all begin to sort of chant and sing, usually resurrection, I mean, it's a gentle process, usually. Sometimes it's aggressive. This seems to slow time itself. And often resurrection is graphic. You can see usually bones, veins, skin, all of those things begin to reform on what's left.
Oh.
Usually. But here, among this song, it's like a cocoon, a sphere of energy, a globe of energy, surrounds all of the remains. And within that globe, more of that brilliant, rose-tinted snow begins to fall. With each flick, more of the body reforms. Alda Six is standing there right next to you as you're reciting, presiding over a relinquishing of souls from her domain back into this one. Hello.
What was wrong with that boy? He thinks to her. Not even a different thing.
That boy was as innocent as he could manage to be at that age. It was the very last bit that was left of his innocence. If he'd continued even for a day longer with the people around whom he was raised, with the memory of it, a seed of something very terrible would have planted itself within him. And time itself, let alone the threads of fate that I can see, were short by their very design to fade before any darkness could seed itself within that boy. It was a kindness by fate.
Give him to me. It's my responsibility. She's my child too.
Bringing him back may not spare him from that darkness. Those memories, great and terrible, will remain.
If I bring him back in the middle of this song, it will. It will wash it away.
Are you certain of that? I would not charge you with a child that would have been in defiance of fate, meant to grow into something monstrous.
I'll tell you something about
right
monsters.
Now, the boy is at a much-deserved peace, still pure, still kind.
Then let me ask him.
And healing.
Then let me ask him.
His parents were faithless, so it was a matter of discussion which one of us would take him into our embrace.
You didn't ask me?
You are not formed yet, nor is your heaven, not fully. I did not exclude you from the discussion deliberately. And your instinct would have been to bring him back, when what he needed was a place to rest, when he had spent so long tortured and awake.
He looks over at Alcuz. I'm going to disagree with you.
And you are allowed to do that. I am not saying that I am well and truly right. I am saying what the threads of his fate told me. The threads of his life. As short as they were. You want to go see him, you want to go talk to him.
You bring him here to my snow.
I cannot. I must finish presiding over what you were doing here. Then you may go with me to visit where he is. And make your decision there. We all abide by rules. Not one of us exists as an exception to all of them. Even you and Nick must abide by some. Do what you must here, and then I will take you to where the boy is.
I'm letting you know at this point you see Angel in tears.
I know.
I can sing.
I know. I wept with every old word that I gave to Mariana. I wept when I reaped the boy, past his time. I'll take you to him after you finish here. Okay?
I will judge if he cannot be changed. She looks over at Alcuz. I will judge.
Considering the fact that he should not have be Alcuz anymore.
I will judge. You will let me judge the children.
And that is your right.
If they can be saved.
If you're going to judge him in the capacity that you wish, as a god, then I must ask that you bring Nick with you when I bring you to the boy.
He went with me for Alcuz. He'll go with me now.
Finish this here, then I will bring you.
You will tell me of any changes, whether magical fluctuation, whether birth or death, any change along the ley lines, so we can figure out where they are.
I watch the threads of fate and death. If you are bringing him back to life, then you'll ask Royard for that.
You will elaborate.
Royard is
Not
the
a
god of
question.
fate. He watches the threads of fate in life. I watch them in death.
Not what I'm saying. You will learn to collaborate.
And I do. There are rules. Finish this here, and I will take you to where you wish to go.
I'm letting you know she sends an image of those men straight through that woman's head. Those creatures warped together. You will collaborate. Or she shows her Menidna basically dying in a pool of excess. Or we will lose.
This is the first time that Holdasik stands firm against you. rising taller and her face growing darker and more skeletal. We will not lose. The rules exist so that piles of bones don't rise in our wake when we break them, and they do pile on. When we first came to the rings, all of them, and had no rules to bear, bones were all we made.
She puts her hand along Polisix's arm and squeezes, and on the thing she sends Enaver's open landscape, dying. I know what death is. I know how it breathes. I know where it is. I
With
also
a
know, and she shows her
poignant
the city.
and firm, almost rage, as she looks back at you, a shadow of another death god, raw and skeletal, behind her, one that looks animal-like, though vaguely silhouetted, to leave that in your hands for later, and another, all staring back at you, and they say in unison, "We know." There are rules to prevent, as the Ring of Enaver almost sharpens in its image, to prevent mountains of bones. And they fade, all to six, sitting there.
She looks at Polisix. You couldn't see them. I am trying to help you. Because I could, as a mortal.
I am trying to help you. I am agreeing to do what you are asking of me. Just please do it in the order that I ask. That is all I'm asking of you here.
I want you to look at this masquerade with me.
I can see it.
Gonna be right now.
This is one race. One race. They used their magic. They used their bodies to literally pull this world apart. To take us to Enaver. This is unchecked. These are caches and caches of bodies unchecked. Not from you, but if you do not inform me or any of us the situation, none of us can make a decision.
What information do you need?
Mass deaths. Like this.
How much death? Thousands. This particular trade, the organs, the bones, and not just changelings. Not just changelings. Relay has been doing that for decades. The Spellbreakers had been paying for her efforts for much of that time. A major benefactor they were. You already know that they harvest agony.
I have the souls in my back pocket. Would you like them?
For those that should not be risen, I will happily take them. For those that are okay to bring back.
They're angry.
I know.
Can hear them whisper in the nighttime.
She holds out her hand.
He hands her the jar. That large, orbital jar.
She takes her hand onto the jar and holds your hand to it. Some within this, something of it is souls. The rest of it, just raw, magical emotion, pain, agony, and memory. Not soul, but powerful nonetheless.
Whispers. It talks.
She pulls down, lowering the both of you almost to the ground, and you can feel the heartbeat of the world beneath you. Another hand reaching up and clasping it, as the emotions within the jar and the souls swirl, some of them dispersing as the jar gets lighter and lighter. Some lighting a flame, some turning to dust. And what's left in the jar, finally. Just a raw, viscous, transparent fluid. Inert. Reeking strongly of ammonia, where previously what was contained within the jar held no aroma at all.
So much hate.
Emotion has always had power. Even in this world, as a means of fueling magic long before we got here. It could break things, it could harvest things, it could steal things. It could contort and change minds, hearts, and souls. Emotion is some of the rawest channeling of magic that one can do. Both in the most horrible and negative emotions, and most brilliant and bright, and warm.
She takes some of the snow that has fallen from the ground and puts it inside of the jar.
Quickly, as you drop it in, the previously black agony that was there, the now translucent ammonia-like fluid turns a soft rose-tinted color. And you swear you hear laughter, joy, lust, countless positive, brilliant, joyful emotions caught in the air where laughter is caught, raining down here like snow.
I have a question. What happened to Amora's heaven? Is it what they used to break the world? She was so broken.
Drawing
She could go anywhere.
that horrible emotion.
They drew
Very
on
few
your pain.
beings have a depth for darker emotions like immortals do. And gods are immortals and something greater. Wouldn't surprise me if that was part of what they were harvesting.
Is that what they used?
At first. Then they learned they could do it from lesser things. Using the same pattern. But that's often what science is, finding one big, explosive new development and finding out smaller and easier ways to do it. And it led to a truly terrifying skill that they developed. Power over agony and malice itself.
I'm gonna ask you this. Where in Sablehearth are the most bones?
Used to be the Whispering Fen. That was changed. You and your lot took care of that with one of your little mushrooms.
No, something bigger. Something bigger. Think bigger. Don't think smaller.
Bones of a titan, bones of a god.
Darker.
Bones of a devil.
Bones of a demon.
They can't often stay dead here. They dissipate. They go back to the abyss.
Zerithrian's gone.
Yes.
She had Zerithrian's name inscribed on her skin.
Yes.
He's dead. Happily so.
Names are like titles in the abyss. Where one title was shifted and changed, the memory of it still had power. Not as much. Not by a long shot. But it still held something.
They want to cover this world in darkness.
They want to cover every world in darkness if they can, so do the devils. It's how they work. It's what the blood war is, no matter which reality.
Devils. Yes, but most devils don't necessarily want full darkness.
Our devils don't. Can't be said about the others.
Help me find the death. Where it's going. The Warren Jihu's just one spot, but they're all on the outside of Sablehearth. Mercast is on the outskirts in some ways.
Some of your allies may already be close to those answers.
Just keep an eye on it for me.
I will. Now let's get to what you're here to do. And again, before it was interrupted, snow falling.
Sorry. She's just focusing on all things at once, and that's how she is.
Snow falling as snow piles form all so quickly. They melt away and full bodies are revealed. Fully clothed, fully armored, in some cases. Old soldiers' faces, in some cases you recognize from current day, some from as far back as childhood and didn't realize were long dead. Onto the changelings, countless faces you don't recognize. Adults, children, teenagers, elderly. Ranges of all kinds.
Can we find Nick's brothers?
Among this pile of dead? No. No, you do not.
Do we find any relations as his? Damn, can you give me like 2 minutes to go pee? Because I haven't gone pee all night long. Just give me 2 minutes.
What the hell was the BRB for? Why did you go pee during the BRB? Okay, while this revival is taking place, Piper, what are you doing?
Standing past the threshold with a broom and a dustpan, ready for evil people to go poof as soon as they step in the house.
There are a number that do on the spot. There's an attempted revival, and they just remain as their, remains crumple into small piles of ash. So,
They're outside, so they have to walk in first.
Seems the recent involved activity that Nick and Angel engaged in expanded that radius. If temporarily.
Oh my god.
So I've already... We've been up.
Now, as far as the piles of ash, given that it's in a lot of cases just the remains that are going... You don't have to sweep up much.
Back.
So how much dust do I have?
And in a twist of like really almost kind of sketchy visualization, one of the smallest changeling hearts there quickly just crumples into a pile of ash.
Well, if it's mummified, hearts shrink when they're mummified, so it makes
True.
sense.
And it did look a little bit like a raisin.
Oh, was all the evil stuff? All the evil stuff would have been the bones.
Your guys' house's radius has expanded, so the ones
In
that
the case of the remains of some of your guardsmen and the changelings, roughly 40% on either side crumples away. Being a
Did you
changeling
find
does
any
not
of them-
naturally beget someone to a good nature.
Should we find any of Nick's family? Because he has 2 brothers.
Anyone of immediate relation to Nicodemus? No.
grandparents? That's not technically immediate.
I will roll one more time to see
It's like
if there
grandparents?
are any among this pile that match changelings that you're aware of. Not with a 1 and a 3.
What?
Not with a 1 and a 3. I'm rolling real low with that.
Luck and make you roll again.
Luck? You want to use luck? Okay.
Grandparent would be nice. Yeah.
You're almost through the full collection of people. However, in this circle, not one of the remains that you set down, as the permafrost that you stand upon begins to snap, break, and a hand, desperately fighting for breath, claws its way through the earth. It is not being reduced to ashes. It is struggling, and you note that clearly pallid skin indicative of a changeling. The earth, however, here is harsh, stiff, and solid.
Who's closer, Angel or Piper?
I think we would have to run out because I'm not strong enough to lift him.
Oh yeah, or her, they, them.
I've only got like a 15 in my strength stat. Okay.
That's above average.
I will try to pull him out of the ground.
Roll me roll me an athletics check.
Vinestra said, V will pick things up.
It's true. Vanessa's out there with me.
Let the big ass dragon lady.
Okay, roll strength because that was a 13.
Athletics. Piper starts pulling, and I'm assuming you just grab, like, big ass dragon hand over Piper's hand, over the man's hand, or over the clearly changeling's hand. It's just start pulling her as much as you're pulling it. Let's see where that roll lands.
27.
27.
37.
Excuse me. Yeah. So, with practiced ease, you know that just pulling on this man's arms when he's barely even dug out, probably going to dislocate some bones, right? So with practiced ease, you dig in with the sabaton in your armor, treating it like a shovel and treating it like leverage as you drag him up from the earth. And you see slowly as he revives and long crushed bones straighten out in his sternum. A changeling of soft blue skin that looks strikingly like Nicodemus, but given how much earth was there, doesn't take much knowledge of nature to understand that body must have been buried for decades, if not centuries, before it was pulled from the earth.
You know,
And it seemed willing to return to the mortal coil.
And is good. Because with
It also has not been reduced to ash in any capacity.
like I said, he didn't go.
Nick. Looks over at Nick.
Yeah. You've met my parents. They're in Solai.
Yeah, I know. They gave me their blessing and a new name that I can never pronounce very well.
That's fine. I'll teach you better use of your tongue later.
Okay.
Who the hell are you?
Can I look at my blood map and see if there's like a relationship chart? See like how distant?
Direct relation to Nick. However, the thickness and the intensity seems to bleed through to pages on other planes, largely afterlives. Something this strong doesn't generally just mean ancestor. It means progenitor.
Originator? You mean like originator?
Yeah, the progenitor.
At the very least of this family. In a rather direct sense.
So you know how the castle and the tree and the house are like the beginning of your family line, points at Angel? Yeah. That's that guy. But for Nicodemus and his family.
Do you see Nick's brothers on that map?
Oh boy.
Which language is this?
Quarry.
Oh. Do I know this?
Native language to Solai.
I would know it, yes. I've been learning it.
Vinestra said, V can understand him.
Yeah, you are able to pick up bits and pieces. Vinestra being able to pick up. The dialect here is really old even for there. It's like It's like listening to English in the 11th century.
It's like basically reading Ryu's version of Mochizuki script versus his great grandfather.
You know how English back in the 11th century, for example, sounded a little bit closer to Norse or Nordic, right?
Yes.
The dialect here is fucking ancient. And so you're picking up cues and commonalities, and you're able to glean the rule structure. But Vinestra is absolutely filling in for where you can't understand. And the answer was simply, I understand you're having trouble getting an official blessing for my scion.
No.
Scion, rather than descendant, is also a very specific choice of word.
Wait, Hion?
Scion. S-C-I-O-N.
Vinestra said, Scion makes sense.
Okay, hold on. I don't know that word. Let me look it up. So there's two words for that: a young shoot or a twig of a plant, or a descendant of a notable family.
Notable family.
Are you gonna
Depends
fill in
on
Piper? You gonna fill in Piper? Because she's just like, I don't know what's being said. I don't know.
Yes,
I can read everything.
Okay. I'm gonna cast tongues on Piper.
That means I can speak everything. I can't comprehend it.
There is a comprehension thing to that.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so now I'm understanding.
For at least an hour.
Look, Sir Nicodemus.
Tongues
dude,
also
you're
means you
fucking
can speak
royalty.
it.
Yes.
Perfectly.
What's your hand on
But
this?
I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. You're royalty, dude.
Yes, he is. Long.
Well, looks back at the castle. Well, they definitely have no room to stand on in trying to fight for your affections.
If you need it signed and you need it proven, look for
Pulls
my
it.
effects.
Pulls out a paper and a pen.
Effects.
In the
snow.
farthest basement with the blackest stones, in the steel spire.
Steel spire.
Can I look down the hole he came from?
Just what would still be considered a shallow grave. Where you can see now, still embedded in the rock beneath him, where there was now long since the fossilized imprints of bones, ceremonial weaponry, long since desiccated and fossilized flowers. And oddly, things that you recall seeing from a lot of the ancient human ruins that you found in the abyss. Plastics that still have yet to degrade. Identifications that have long since lost their ink. Magnets. Even his clothing, as it stitches itself back together, seems to resemble more what visions you'd seen with actually Hanzo, of jumpsuits from that era.
Nick is carrying what the progenitor of the one in... We are carrying the progenitor of the species from Requiem with us.
Yeah.
So this is the progenitor of Nick's offshoot of species.
Yeah.
She runs her hand over Nicodemus's.
Paper pen.
I can summon the steel dragon in a moment if I need to.
You'll need something from the Steel One's hoard that he's long kept and prided. I will give it back. His purpose is to distribute it when he finally has his last lifetime anyway. But it is necessary.
Clipboard, pen. Here, just get started writing. Just hands it over. I don't know
He
what to write.
begins to write in furthermore ancient quarry script a name which seems to flow, and in almost like looking at it like super dyslexia, the letters seem to shift and move just staring at it, even with those who don't seem to have the condition. And he
Eyes of
wrote
the
that with
Runekeeper.
a normal fucking pen on normal fucking paper.
Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Would you come in and sit with us?
Certainly. Which Piper, I'm sure, translates, and the name... excuse me. Brain just turned right off. I'm staring at it, and my brain couldn't fucking read it.
Oh no.
Let me write it down. Okay.
Land Rider 1.
Land Rider.
Land Rider 1. He stipulates a code name the humans gave me.
I don't want the human name.
It will be the one that they will recognize as royal. If you want my real name, I am alive. Ask me then, as I'm sure Pepper is translating that.
I mean, resurrecting is kind of traumatic, so it makes sense.
I was
Hello,
also
I'm
sealed
Piper.
under about a foot of permafrost and slowly choking back to death. So, there is that.
So alive sounds like a great name. Gotcha. Piper's just like, I'm done for the day.
She looks over at the kids. How many of the kids did we end up as adoptees?
The name he does give you, though, does loosely translate to Frost Guide as his actual name.
Okay. I will need the actual name after.
I'll message it to
Wait,
you all. I'll put it in
can-
the angel notes.
I do want to know how many orphans I end up with. How many changelings versus other races that are in this mass grave pile that I ended up with.
As far as kids worthy of adoption that don't already have parents that they are clinging to, like, dear God, we're alive again. Oh God, it's cold.
He's like, get inside. Everybody's like, let inside.
Meanwhile, there's this particularly incredibly well-built gator folk that as he summons up, he looks down at himself and he just goes, this ain't a warm climate. I don't recognize myself. Oh God.
Just inside. Piper's just like ushering everybody inside. Inside. Gator boy, go to the go see that fire over there. Just go. Just kind of like move.
So many mass graves.
We're in the middle.
Trying to find my notes.
I wrote down both.
I need
Posted
I
it
need
in
to
the
know
angel.
how many adoptees do I end up with?
So
We can changeling versus other types, considering it was a mass grave we just collected.
Yeah. 4 new changelings. that are completely without parentage. It seems in a lot of cases what was gathered were families that were gutted. And these are 4 seemingly lone children. As far as other adoptees, which there are members, even just among the apparently harvest pile, that weren't even changelings, but other races.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. As far as other children, you count 1 star genasi.
That's different.
That's a new one. Oh, that means I had to make separate piles.
A triplicate of 3 stork kinku.
So there's 9 kinkus.
There's 9 of them?
Like 3 sets of 3, that's what that means?
Sorry, I just meant 3.
Oh, so just a triplet.
3 stork. Okay. They look like they're the same family, yes?
Yeah. And by triplets, I mean they all look identical. The only thing that, even with the most subtle observance, which in this case would be from you, Piper, with your observant feat, that seems to differentiate them is literally just the amount of tail feathers that they still have. And they seem to have deliberately plucked from each of them a different count.
I gotta keep track of myself, guys. We gotta keep track of ourselves, guys.
Yeah, it's a little too subtle. And frankly, that may need correction. So,
We might have to dye their feathers so we can...
Yeah.
Different colors.
there is
Different
one pug folk with brilliant sun-glowing eyes, short, barely breathing, and his eyes are like sun lamps.
Oh, I need to do reconstruction surgery on his face. I'm gonna give you a nose.
And this one, the more cynical part of you wonders if maybe this poor child was harvested after they already died from suffocation.
It's over, Piper. I'm handing you this until it's fixed.
I mean, I'll keep this one if you want me to. Sure it's gonna be a medically complex kiddo.
Need to chime in. Pugs can be perfectly happy critters, even if they do have a squashed skull.
Yeah, this is just an
more or less like-
extremely bad case in this instance.
It's over, Piper. I just need you to heal it and fix it, and then I can take care of it, and it can go to school.
Reconstructive surgery it is.
With the very last one among the children with seemingly no parents. I'm doing this to you because you did it to me. There's a small clam.
Does it sing? Does the clam sing? Does the clam sing?
Joe, don't joke like this. Don't joke.
Well, how you doing, pretty lady? It's been so long since I breathed air.
Yeah.
Is this the same one?
It's been a minute since I saw the day. Been even longer since I sat in someone's hair.
Oh, so this
I'm letting Joe know that lunch meat was actually an actual deity that was
I
changing
know.
and into its
I
life
know.
cycle.
I know. You went over this ad nauseum.
This is just a different one. Is it a demigod?
It is a different
Oh my
one.
God.
And actually, point of note, it begins to float up ever so lightly, and you actually note the slightest bit of very familiar, brilliant ocean blue along its shell. This is a clam hexblood spawn of Piff. Look, college years got crazy.
I'm letting you know, Joe. We just brought at least 10 piles of bones. Is this all that was in the bones?
That were
not evil?
40% from both sides got dusted. And this is just counting among the grouping that were kids without parents that needed gathering. Otherwise,
teenagers and trying to figure out where things are going, and
teenagers count as children, Megan. It means that a lot of the evil ones were single ladies.
No, I also wasn't done.
Single ladies?
Joe's not done.
Okay, sorry.
That was among the weird creatures that were harvested for their magical material.
Ah,
I've been missing my pearl for so long.
Piper's already just going
Maybe
home.
a bong would make it better. There was a better lyric in there
I
somewhere.
am going to name him something lyrical, and he's gonna hate it.
That's fine. I exist to irritate.
So beautiful. Like
Piper just looks at the pug child, looks at all you, and is like, "This may be a surgery I might need family help with, so I will be back."
Last I recall, my daddy named me how the fuck. And I'm pretty sure he was in the shape of a duck.
Joe, where's the rest of them? I gotta write this down because I'm gonna forget.
I had to engage in the bit. It's necessary, trust me. So,
He was supposed to relieve his anger for the whole time.
now, to be clear, not anger, just returning the energy I was given.
Oh my god.
I enjoyed that, believe me. The character was not amused, which I played up as much as I could.
He's
So,
fine with it.
yeah.
Angel's not upset with this guy either. It's just like, oh, there's
Now, as far as other not strictly magical people that were nonetheless harvested, as they all recall, there are about 3 human kids. Looks like a little girl about the age of 6, a little boy about the age of, looks to be about 2, terrible 2s, but at the same time, completely afraid, and right now looking left and right, shocked as he was just pulled from the bliss of afterlife into a very cold environment. Although not necessarily pulled, as any soul that is resurrected must be willing. So he saw something here and just didn't gauge how cold it was. And then finally, very last human child, seemingly a slight blue dyeing to their skin, though you do note them to be human. Medically, Piper, you've seen this before. It's a presence of silver nitrate very strong in their blood.
I guess that needs to be fixed.
Well, usually resurrection heals maladies. And if he was resurrected with this nonetheless,
so
it
he's
may
fine.
not be a malady. So that's an
Okay,
oddity all the same.
age.
For that one, as far as you can tell, anywhere from 9 to 11. You'd have to ask him. The blueness to the skin kind of adds a strangeness to it.
Okay.
Which, as a plain note as well, his eyes are also very rare color among human beings. Silver irises.
Oh, silver.
My little brother has gray. That's close.
Yeah. But like striking metallic silver, I should note.
Okay. What's the next one?
A couple of elven kids, which, likely still in their 20s, despite being children. One, that haughty, holier-than-thou high elven that you are well aware of from Someril. Brilliant, sort of pallid, moon-like skin, and this incredible golden blonde hair. that kind of rolls down to her ankles in what you can tell must have likely been a tight braid to keep it just from dragging around, unless she had it flowing freely like this. And you wonder how. If she did.
Okay, pallid female elf is summer elf.
And then there is a small, looks to be at least half drowish boy. That's sort of like off, sort of gray bluish skin that definitely tells of another lineage in there somewhere. From what you can tell, most likely human, but there is an edge to it that makes you question it, as there's a slight white glow to his eyes, and a distant look that makes you really wonder if the other half might be something like Kalishtar.
Okay. Age? I need ages. Ages
Age
are
for that
important.
one, half elven nonetheless, maybe 13. Though, physically speaking, comparative to humans at least, you know, closer to 6.
Okay.
And then,
What else?
let's see here, we
Then-
got
Would there
another
be
pair of
Travis?
twins.
Oh, twins.
Got another pair of twins. This is a pair of... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to try my hand with this. A pair of 3 green. Bug folk, essentially. These appear to be a pair of
So,
stick bug kids. Long, lanky, extended. Taller than they should be for children, but they're stick bugs.
what age?
As far as you can tell for their relative age, likely,
know.
likely 5 if you had to guess. You don't have much experience with 3 green.
I do, considering we live in the Underdark.
Oh yeah, that's true. Never mind. Yeah, about 3. One
I'd
Hadozi.
probably be able to speak the language too, so.
One Capuchin Hadozi.
Capuchin Hadozi. Capuchin?
Tiny, short, miniature, and cute as shit monkey folk.
Yeah, I know what a capuchin is.
Yeah. Whole idea is, same damn monkey from Pirates of the Caribbean or Night at the Museum. Except intelligent being like,
I was in heaven for I don't know how long. It's cold out here. I'm glad I have fur.
Do you want to have a family?
Yeah.
I have a very big family. You want to be part of it?
Yes.
How old is he? How old are you, dude?
far as you can tell, about 4 or 5.
I'm just gonna hand him off to some of these kids right now. I'm just gonna hand him off. I'm inside. It's cold. Are there any orcs or Goliath or anything odd?
Orcs or Goliath, anything odd? There's a penguin Aarakocra, which is the cruelest combination, because Aarakocra can naturally fly, but penguins can't.
A penguin Aarakocra?
We're in the right
And
environment.
penguin Aarakocra fly?
No. They just don't have to
I have
emulate
been
voices like
about
like
anything.
Kinku do.
Hi.
So what you're saying is this is the best place for them to live right here.
Hi.
You're so
Are they
freaking cute.
Are they unbothered?
Not cute. I am an emperor. Pencocra.
Pencocra.
What's your name, little dude?
I like little dude. My actual name's embarrassing.
That's it. Your name, little dude. That is his name, little dude.
That's not his name. He needs a better name than that. I can name him Napoleon, but I don't know how that's gonna work for him.
Vinestra said, Little Green.
Little.
Little Green.
I am not that little, and I'm not green.
Can we call you Squirt?
No. That's a no. The face is
No, that's no. No. No.
How about we name
Passive
you...
insight. There's a recognition when you say squirt.
Oh no, it was.
You judged his
No,
name.
that was his actual name.
No.
So how about we name you... How about we give you the name... Zarek.
Zarek.
It's a combination of the two conquerors, Alexander and Eric.
Zarek, I like it. I'll do Zarek. I am Zarek.
This one's got a Napoleon complex.
Okay.
Vinestra said, V would give Angel a side eye at the name choice.
I mean, it sounds a lot like Derek. A Z.
What do you know? She tells she says she thinks over to Vanessa. At least I didn't name him Napoleon.
Yeah, Emperor Penguin is more a reference to the species than the ego, but he seems to be using it for ego. It is a small child with a lot of ego.
Sarah.
It seems like he probably learned very early on just how much of a cosmic level of bullshit it is that he's an Aarakocra, a bird folk with a natural ability to fly, and the cosmos and the gods decided to stick him in the body of a penguin.
So, question: what else is there? Because I know that these are like mass graves. Would there be more than just this in these kids?
So among these are also a lot of goblinoids. Some hobgoblin kids, some goblin kids, some bugbear kids, all with very short and kind of quick names. You got 2 goblin kids, brilliant red skin, from likely Riltar's clan, but were killed likely for childlike insubordination, and yet they seem pure nonetheless, and they hadn't been dusted. The 2 goblin kids are Zik and Kel. Sorry, not Kel. Zik and Fel. Slip of the tongue.
Zik and Fel.
2 hobgoblin kids.
How many goblins?
The 2 goblins. 2 hobgoblin kids.
Okay.
And the kid looks at you with a look of shame and recognition.
I don't know what that means. I don't know why.
This little boy also looks a little, unfortunately, familiar. My dad named me after him. Can I have a new name? I don't want to be named Riltar.
What about Greg?
I'm not naming him Greg.
Sorry, I panicked.
Greg isn't Riltar, I'll take it.
Oh my God, no, I'm not naming you Greg.
Piper's just like, I panicked, I'm sorry. Why is my leg so itchy?
I know what my dad did to you. I watched him do it from up above.
It's okay. It's okay.
I know what he did to Urkbok too.
I know. We're gonna be friends, okay?
She wasn't I wish her Buck was my mom. She was gentler than mine. She looked gentler.
Piper just kind of like leans over to Angel. Maybe let Urkbach have that one.
Maybe you let her come out here because he's freaking out, and she might be able to calm him down.
Piper just kind of pew.
And Urkbach quickly enough pews after as you gather her.
So, his name is Realtar, and he doesn't want the Realtar name anymore? You got anything?
I heard about this Whelan. His mother smothered him.
I know. It's not thinking back. It was not taken back to his memories.
Piper is just carrying the pug child, just kind of like this.
You're gonna need to talk to Griffin about that. He's got the anatomy in his workbooks.
Gotta extend my nose a little.
Take him to Marquez. Might fix him anyways.
Do you still like the name Deva?
I do when I work.
Can I
Only
be
when I work.
Can I be a Devin?
How about Devlin instead?
What about Declan?
Ooh, Declan's a good name.
I like the clucky sound in that human name.
Declan is a good name. Looks over at Urkbach.
Declan will do.
Do you want to take him in?
I'll take him in. I'll talk to him.
He apparently wishes you were his mom.
Does he now?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I'll talk to him.
He doesn't want to be anything like him. He needs a good mom. And I know the best. Urkbach's great.
Although Nora's going to be pleased.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, last two sort of normal race children.
Okay.
From one of the bone piles in the tent trunks. Meaning a child of one of the guardsmen, but no parent to claim even now.
Okay.
A small, looks like sort of half weirdly, sorry, brain. Looks like a deep gnome kid. Not of your lineage, so it's got those sort of distorted proportions, big head.
Do you need anybody?
Age?
At this squat stature, even shorter than you, if you had to guess, like 3.
What would Piper guess?
Female.
Roll me a nature check.
19 plus 11. That's a 30.
2.5 with some really strong growth development.
Relays.
Looks over at this child. Do you want a good mom? You can come inside. Is there anybody else that I can see? Anyone else?
I believe that was the second to last I mentioned, so the very last one would be of the seemingly normal children. Let me see here. I hope you're writing these
So
down.
that one was the last one.
That was?
That's what you said was the last. No, was the
there were
last.
two.
Yep.
There was two.
Oh, there were
The-
two.
Just about to the list here. Oh shit. A little tiefling girl that looks awfully like Lilin.
So that means.
Sure.
That means she looks more like how
Oh,
Lilin.
no, that's her sister.
Rolled for that.
She picks up this little girl and she runs inside. Runs, like carrying this small child, like running.
Alright, I guess I'll go find Griffin.
Yes, go find Griffin, because Griffin will have the anatomy book.
You just kind of just said that quietly after you left, like, okay, I guess I'll find Griffin.
As you bolt off toward Lilin, we will save that emotional scene, honestly, for next session because it's late.
Next episode.
But as you go and gather Griffin, what's up? What do you need? What do you need?
Shows him the face of the child. So I'm going to need pug anatomy books. I'm going to have to reconstruct.
Oh my god, you poor kid. Isn't resurrection supposed to remove maladies?
That means it's genetically how it's supposed to be.
Oh
That's
dear
why it,
God.
that,
They're
yes.
from your world. That's what it is. They're from their world.
Well, I haven't done chronomancy on genetics. I'm about to fucking try.
No, I'm going to reconstructive surgery to look like what you guys call the retro.
You want to do plastic surgery on a child?
Just why not do chronomancy? Chronomancy would be great.
Let's try your chronomancy first, and if it don't work, then sure.
Okay. Hey kid, you want to see a magic trick? Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna make it so you can breathe. All right. Say it with me. Abracadabra. Okay. Okay. Good enough. He casts sleep on the child.
Vinestra said, "Why not use true polymorph?"
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know chronomancy that can do anything to genetics, so I am gonna polymorph this kid.
I mean, it's a good thing. You don't want him to be awake for it, at least.
No, it can be awkward, it can be painful, and chronomancy, I wasn't about to experiment with new spells on a child that looked like that. And you know what, best, he goes to sleep and he wakes up believing something incredible happened, okay? Which, to be fair, incredible is it? It is anyway, right? It's magic. So, let's see.
Retro pug face, you know, the one where they stretch it a little bit so they can actually breathe.
Yeah. You got any of that coffee? I used up a lot of my magic on, things got intense a couple hours ago.
Flick Sabine at him.
Thank you.
Phrasing.
Shut up!
I mean, it was deliberate.
Stop.
They got intense and they got intensy.
Let me go like a beauty queen.
Anyway. And then I have to surgery another kid later. But that one's not cosmetic, that is, he's going to die if he turns his neck the wrong way.
Have you considered polymorphing that too?
I don't know polymorph.
I do.
Sounds like a you problem. All right. With a ritualistic and careful and mindful wave of his hands, suddenly this kid's almost cartoonishly smashed in face like someone hit him with a frying pan while he was developing in the womb. Steadily, just almost like clay, sets itself to something stable and comfortable to exist with.
Oh my god. So terrifying.
And soon enough, the sleep spell expires. Say it with me now. Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Alright, let's go take you back to your name,
Do you know your name, kid?
To remind you, Angel's kids get to pick their first names.
And if he's young enough, he don't remember his own name.
Mm-hmm.
What's your name?
Who was he saying that to?
Griffin.
Hmm.
Want the name I chose or the name I was born with?
Maybe it's gambling. Sorry.
Try not to cry. Hi, Poppy.
Is the name you were born with easy to say?
I'd say so.
Is it an embarrassing name?
I thought so, but there's really nothing wrong with it. If I recall correctly, his name was Eugene, his human name.
Oh, Eugene's a nice name.
My name was Eugene.
This big hug face though. It's a little gentleman.
Can I be Eugene if you're not gonna go by it?
Yes, you can, kid.
Piper's just trying so hard not to cry mushrooms right now. Okay, let's go take you to your new mom.
Eugene is so much better than Smush.
It was so tragic, it made me laugh.
Bad Joe.
I'd rather it be nothing else.
Let's go take you to your new mom while Piper's just trying really, really hard now not to cry laugh.
And this kid proudly trots up.
Is it okay if I pick the name Yuji?
Eugene.
Eugene. Eugene.
Well, we're not there yet because the tearful reunion with Lillian and sister.
No, I'm okay with them talking to me beforehand because it's gonna take. It takes Angel a long time to run to the door with that.
We'll say it's in the brief moment where you're looking at this little girl with shock. This pug boy comes up to you.
Can I be Eugene?
Of course you can.
Piper just looks at
you know what? I bet that you can't beat me inside.
He drops on all fours and bolts.
That's what I thought.
Piper looks at the centaur boy and goes, well, starts dragging him. Time to take him home.
Oh my god.
Is dragging. Okay, so the sleep spell does have a conditional jostling effect. As he does start to slowly. What the fuck happened?
You can actually. You do have syringes full of like knockout gas.
You gotta knock him out. You're like, no, shush.
What the? Does this smell like chloroform to you? Oh no, it smells fine.
It's just like, shh, go to sleep. Piccolo, we got a surgery to do at home. You gotta take me home because I can't plane shift yet.
You can carry the boy.
What the hell, babe?
Look, he's got a bad disc in his neck. If it goes the wrong way, he goes blind. If it goes wrong the other way, he is paralyzed from that disc down.
He's got about everything. He's about as lanky as a worm.
Will, could you make yourself useful and help? He's heavy.
I think it's useful to make you laugh. Excuse me.
It might help you take him to a holy faith city, and then it might undo all of his kinks because it's so weird.
You know
yes,
what?
we can also.
Looks like the Centaur boy wasn't the only one being kinky today.
Yeah, apparently if I do the adult sideways tango in my sleep, I produce 7,000 random dream nurses.
Yeah,
As
one
we
of them
say
was
as-
visiting me while I was in a nap and said, don't, stay asleep for too much longer. It's going to be hard to wake up. I don't know what they meant by that. They are fae,
Well, I
and
thought-
therefore prone to still fucking with people.
Oh, you see, you found the one that's prone to liking to fuck with people. Let's go. As we go through a tree.
Wait, you gave birth to Dream Fae that fuck? And he gets cut off mid-syllable as you pass through the tree. All right, now, again, broad and simple, either medicine check or an attempt at polymorph.
I'd rather do the medicine check.
Fair enough. And I'd say, given that you're devoting some time to this, I'll allow you to roll it with advantage since you're also doing it in your domain.
16 plus 18.
With advantage?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's still a 34. And actually, given the precariousness of that particular injury, I suppose. Surgery. The DC was 30 to succeed. 20 or above, and you wouldn't have made him worse. 10 or below, you get into problems.
I can't even do a 10 if I wanted to.
Not with that attitude, but...
I roll a 1, it's a 19!
That's fair. Well, if you roll a 1, it's a 1. Crit skill checks and crit fail skill checks are a thing in this campaign. But...
Okay, that's just diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Why do you think I fail my con saves? Why do you think I fail my con saves?
I mean, your con stat isn't that great anyway, so that probably doesn't help much.
Shots fired. All right, so...
I have a plus 10 to my con save. Don't be a jerk.
I thought, oh, that's the wrong character. I'm sorry.
Time dilation and time investment allotted. You slowly but surely, as you carve into this poor boy, reveal a fused vertebrae and steadily growing bone spur. It seems to almost have the texture of a scorpion's carapace.
Uncle! Just kind of yells for the other uncle, the surgery uncle.
He offers assistance, and after you eventually carve out and smooth out the bone, you notice there's a brittleness also to the texture of that bone that if it were ruptured or broke or shattered, it would have caused immense damage and sent bone shards down into this kid's body.
He's never been to the Feywild. He's gonna have to roll because he's in the Holy City.
The Holy Fae City.
True. What's more is he was resurrected. You know that much about him, right? Which means this either shouldn't have been present on him after his resurrection, or it came about after.
Bone spurs are kind of common with EDS, so that makes sense.
And given especially the brittleness of the formation, most likely did come about after. but given also the level of brittleness with the growth, it grew quickly. This says to you that this came about probably within the last month, if that.
Do I need to check for bone cancer?
Roll me a medicine check.
The snow can heal cancer.
17 plus 18?
17 plus 18. An affliction that even through ancient humanity and their advancements and the advent of magic and the reshaping of the world into 5, this malady has been present for many species all throughout history. And you notice its clear indications present here. You know that the falling snow and the falling rain produced by angels, essentially weather event, could reasonably heal this, but in order to heal it properly, you may have to leave the wound open so that the snow can get in first.
Good thing I have a jar of holy water.
Very good.
Angel always get it. Angel
just put it straight through his bone.
Just oh, this is like live action, really fast chemotherapy. Just pours it in.
Oh, it's also still snowing where you live, so.
Also, unlike chemotherapy, it's not poisoning every cell in your body in hopes of poisoning the cancer cells. So.
True. I'm just gonna.
Eventually, what sort of almost seems to gather up like a globule and eject itself from the fresh wound that you've created, pulsing before it withers, is this deep red, undulating mass before it ceases and dies.
A rune.
No runes.
Cancer.
Just cancer.
What is it called?
With the amount of it, if you had to guess based off of his bone density alone, it was most likely suffused through his entire skeleton.
Oh, it's Ewing sarcoma, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the one that usually occurs in children and adolescents. Well, his body's gonna have fun digesting that.
For once, this usually pretty staunchly tense centaur of a boy seems to breathe easily, even as unconscious as he is.
It may have fixed some of the ligament issues.
I mean, he still seems flexible as ever, but now he's in a position where he might
Not
be able
as
to do it a little more
slinky-like?
safely.
A little less slinky-like.
Oh no, still completely slinky.
It's a stiff slinky. A stable slinky. There we go.
Stable slinky, yeah.
That sounds so bad.
Now, as far as the percentile roll for the Fey influence, being in the, Feywild version of Merkest, let me see here. Planes of existence. Okay, honestly, kind of appropriate for a centaur. 84 pandemonium. A sort of soft wind begins to flow off of him, sourcelessly. And with every sort of twitch and, if anything, it seems like almost he becomes more flexible. But in a way that doesn't seem to strictly threaten his anatomy any further. Pandemonium in the planar structure is absolutely distorted chaos, and that plays very well with the Feywild. And so it becoming a stable shift in his physique, in an ironic sense, being chaotic, makes a bit of sense.
That was fire department going very fast that way.
You.
So
It's crazy that they're driving all the way up to Colorado Springs. It's been a fire session. It's been 5 years. I gotta grow at least some ego. God damn it.
Please tell me we can end it on Lilin. It's so good.
We're gonna start with Lilin, but this is how we're gonna end it. As again, now his lankiness and his flexibility has become sort of a stable extension of him, with that pandemonium aspect. You hold forth this child to Lilin, and even as firm and as focused as she is, ready to serve a drink, she drops it mid-stride, and you hear it shatter against the floor. And the look of disbelief that she wears on her face as she stares at this child makes her look almost a decade younger.
Fire department, ambulance, where's the police? It'll be the trifecta.
I'm gonna say this as loudly as I can. Mom, Dad, I found another one. As proud as
And
possible.
Lilin bounds over the bar, hugging and holding her two little sisters in one embrace. And that is where we are going to end the session. Naming and titling it Enamoratus.
Oh my god, there was so much sex in this episode.
Started with sex, ended with wholesome, my ideal roleplay heavy session.
And curing of cancer.
We do like
For
the
those that
curing
know
of
me
cancer.
well, know that that was deliberate, and a very deliberate choice. Now, who are we going to raid?
Ruthie is live. They're playing Enshrouded with a friend named Arch Plays Stuff.
Let's abso-fucking-lutely raid Ruthie.
Make sure they're not about to end.
Oh, goody.
I think so. Let me double check. Oh no, they're still playing. Ruthie is leaned forward. She's doing this number.
Then I will redeem a posture check, because that's not okay. You're gonna fuck up your back.
She can't. She has 2 metal rods and 6 pins in her back. She can't bend her back. Her spine is 4 bones.
Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna raid the Untold sitcom, everybody. This that is Amber's sister. Next week we are not going to be doing Forgotten Genesis. We're going to be doing a one-shot as a birthday celebration for myself and for our occasional and wonderful player Ethan, who is also born on March 1st. It is going to be in a separate setting as a little level 5 one-shot in a sort of fantasy, pseudo-modern, Magitech-heavy environment. Ideally, if I were to turn that into a full setting, I would probably run it through like Shadowrun or something. I don't know. It's just meant to be a sort of a fun change of pace and an opportunity for everybody to get a little bit very deliberately goofy. Tomorrow, it's not going to be streamed, but tomorrow I'm going to be gathering as many people here together as I can for kind of a session 0 so we can go over some character ideas, see how it goes. It'll be a lot of fun. I'll be excited to see people filter in here next week as we then get into Forgotten Genesis for session 59, the week after, with a number of falling actions and the ending of a day and new holiday in the world of Zaria. Let's raid Ruthie, everybody. That was the most business my outro has been in a minute, and I'm proud of myself. All right, let's go ahead and hit that raid button once it pops up and turns purple. Thank you guys for being patient with me. How the fuck have you guys been entertained by my shit for 5 years? By which I mean, Megan, you've been here for 5 years. How the hell have you tolerated me?
Hey, I've been here for 5 years too. What are you talking about?
Friendship is
4.5 for you.
close
Still
place
incredible.
together, something like that. Something like that. Friendship is two people marching on the road to place together.
It's My Little Pony's Friendship is Magic.
It wasn't that long after the start of this game that Dissonant Dynasty started up, and many of you guys joined in as players to Megan's game off the start and off the cuff. There, I'm super happy that you guys have been patient enough with me as a player first alongside you guys, and now as a DM over you guys. It's been incredible so going to be super excited to ride out the rest of this with you guys for as long as you manage to continue to tolerate me. Oh, man.
Vinestra said, "What did you want me to roll for Joe?"
Blah, 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 blah. What indeed?
I gotta go to bed.